This society will always be as a drunken of the wine. Controlling all the senses for understanding great divine. I will sense fire to this land.
All right, peace and blessings. This is your brother Gabar, and this is IAMFIT Podcast. Are you fit to go God's way? Let's go, let's go, let's go. All the likes, all to subscribe. Make sure you hit that like button. Brother Daniel Alexander in the house. How we doing, sir, today? I see you
pretty
there.
Pretty good.
I see you there with the quarter sip. The quarter sip, Jack. Little, you know. Is it still cool up there? You know, it's been the weather's been a little weird over here in New York. It's cold and warm
Texas,
and hot.
Texas is super weird, man. It was hot the day before. Now it's cold and it's raining. So, what can you do?
What can you do? What can you do? So, I wanted to have a conversation with everyone. Because I'm going through like another midlife crisis. I think I don't know what it is. It's like, when you get around my age, like your thought process start changing very rapidly. Like what you thought was important a year ago is no longer important now. What you thought was important 5 years ago is no longer important now. And this is a weird scenario that I'm navigating through. And I've never been so like clarity in what's in front of me than ever before in my life, right? And I just want to kind of, tell the people and have a conversation with the people in regards of like, okay, I know that in this small echo chamber, I'm Elder Gabar. The world doesn't care who am I, but in my family, this community, right? Online mostly. I'm like a little gnat in a big world. However, though, sometimes when you build that reputation, and now more than ever, it does matter what you say on and these television, these particular platforms. You build a reputation, you build a, your online presence becomes a thing, separate from who you really are. So, and one thing I realized is that, if you've been here in these airwaves 5, 10, 15 years, and you haven't changed your mind, if you don't think differently for 15 years, you haven't evolved, I don't know. I haven't never saw anyone that thought the same way that he thought when he was in his 20s, the same way he was in his 30s, the same way he was in his 40s, the same way he was in his 50s. And this is where I'm at today, just reflecting back in my journey and my history, where I mentally, where I, physically and so forth. So let me give you a story. Let me kind of start why we're here today, why we, I'm going to debunk previous Elder Gabar Yahawah from the Gathering Christ Church. I'm going to debunk him today. And I know these type of like thumbnails are designed to get eyeballs into what you truly want to say, right? And I get that. And I'm going to go into why I no longer believe in what I used to believe, the method, what I used to use, so that you could look out for me. If you see me around, Elder Gabar running around trying to teach something, or you come across one of those old guys, or old me, you could now know that that's no longer me. right? So going forward, you could come at me now. What do I think about me back then, or what is my belief now versus back then? Because some have changed, some stay the same, and this is one that has definitely have changed. It's not even for me. It's no longer a theory. I'm viewing what is going on specifically with the name is actually dangerous, and I want to go into why. And I'm just going to lay it out my case, and I want to kind of hear from you guys. Now, I got the description, or not the description, excuse me, the link. People will come in, give me about a good 45 minutes to an hour. I want the framework, and we could have a conversation, right? So there was a lesson that I did a while back. Let me put this thing over here because I was okay. Right here. All right. There was a lesson I did a while back that it was kind of like and it looks like this. Ahayah or Yahawah, take a stand. And this lesson was my journey and I guess, trying to convince myself. And let me explain what I'm saying. Because my life, it should be a cautionary tale on not what to do, or, to do things better. Like, my life should be, I don't know, like, don't do what this guy did. That should be my life. Because whatever wisdom I have gotten is through mistakes that I have done myself. So let me take you back. It's 2009. I'm in my mid 30s, 32, 33, 33, 34. I left the old racist Israelite church because I didn't want to be part of that, but I was able to appreciate a lot of the wisdom and understanding they brought in. And I was seeking God, but I didn't want to go back to that racist organization. And I didn't want to go back to the basic Sunday worship, churches, because I knew too much. You guys already know this. I have discussed this before in the past. However, I want to just bring you back here because I think it's going to circle back to this conversation where I'm at. So I met Ricard, and I didn't want to go back to these racist organizations. I didn't want to go back. I didn't want to go back. I didn't want to go back. I was not going back to any Christian church. So I was looking, and I found a young man with another young man, and I started watching him, and eventually I got him in the phone. And the only thing, I was agreeing with everything that he was saying. I actually liked that he was adding even more people in the 12 tribe chart. He brought, the Aboriginal of Australia. He also brought the Hawaiians and the Aboriginals, or the people of the North Pacific Islanders. He expanded tribes, like, okay, this guy, I'm rocking with that. Baptism, I was always big on, like, we have to get baptized. And the One West, and when I say the One West organization, this was the address. One West 125th Street. That was the address of the original school that was established by Abba Bibbins and eventually taken over by the Seven and Ariad and all of them. And they were teaching that we, the Israelites, the 12 tribe came out of that, everything. The Holy Tongue, that now there's a lot of debate about that, and we're going to be discussing about that. 2009, I'm having conversation with Ricard. He's teaching and he's talking about a lot of things I'm agreeing, specifically salvation for all. And that was my big thing. I was not going back to that racist thing. Cornelius was a Gentile. I was not going back to this, racist ideology. So Ricard, to me, was a gold mine. And remember, I did not know what I know now. Okay. And at the time, fellowship was extremely important to me. I think, like, top level, fellowshipping. I wanted to see the manifestation of what I read in the Bible thus far in real life. And I truly believe that the 12 tribes of Israel returning back to their identity was a prophecy that I believe would need to be fulfilled. And it's being fulfilled now. Many Blacks and Latino people questioning who they are and finding their Hebrew roots, right? Great. But back then, we didn't have the internet like we have now. I was by myself. I didn't have really any friends that believed what I believed. I have friends. I have my jiu-jitsu friends. I have my friends I grew up with, but I didn't really have anyone that can understand what I'm going through in regards of the truth, the Bible, right? I meet Ricard. And the only thing I never heard before, the only thing that was different was Ahayah and Yeshaya. I didn't understand 100% or agree 100%, but I was so happy to finally meet a brother that don't hate Gentiles. Salvation, a baptism is part of the entry of salvation. I was like, yeah, I'm rocking with that. This Ahayah thing and this Yeshaya thing, I don't see it right now, but I'm going to give him, this brother, because I see something in him, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And we went back and forth. He said, okay, brother, you're going to see it, brother. You're going to see it. I was like, I'm going to rock with you, elder. And remember, I don't know Hebrew. I know a little more Hebrew now, but I don't really know Hebrew. I know much as most of you guys, right? I probably know a little more. There's 22 alphabet. I know the sounds. I am with it to some degree, right? But I didn't know any Hebrew. This was my thought process. If this guy is telling me, if this good brother that is teaching me and is a good, sincere man, if he's right, if God did reveal this thing to him, right? Archaeology is going to prove him right. History and there has to be something out there that will prove him right. So I gave him the benefit of the doubt because I was like, okay, and the Bible says that the earth will help the woman. And we always understood that, Ricard and I, because we learned that from the old One West school, that meant that the earth, we're going to be discovering information that the Blacks and the Latinos and Native Americans are the tribe of Israel. The earth is going to help the woman with archaeology and discovery, the Dead Sea Scrolls and all these archaeologies and so forth, so on, validating the Bible and validating that we are the children of Israel. That was the breakdown that Ricard and I understood. And we understood it then, we understand it now. And, okay, that's where my head was at. Information is going to come out. Information is going to come out. Information is going to come out. And I began to look. And I became a self-proclaimed researcher trying to find the name, information to validate. And when I discovered the Moabite stone, when I really understood what was in the Moabite stone and what it was saying, it was like a stab in the knife. It's like, this is not good. This is not good. The Moabite stone was like it was like a nightmare to me. It was, I didn't like it. It was too strong of evidence and I didn't like it. And I came across the Moabite stone around 2014-ish, and then and start reading it more and finding out more. And I found out in 92, the year 1992, there was an extra piece that was discovered and to kind of bring in more understanding of the writings of the Mesha Stele. And I'm going to go into it, the Mesha Stele, why it changed my perspective. And it was really the beginning, the spark that I began to question Ahayah. Really question it from a perspective. In the beginning, it was like, okay, I'm gonna rock with this brother. I'm gonna go with him. I don't see it right now, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because I see Christ in him. He's a good brother. Still good brother. Delusional, but still good brother. Got a lying problem. Got to work on that, telling the truth. Got to stop lying, but he's a good brother. So once I began to see these artifacts like the Moabite stone, and we're going to go into that in a few minutes, what it says, what it does not says, and so forth. It challenged my belief. So what I did, I began to find and look for more evidence for Ahayah. It got to be something. And this lesson that I did is like an answer to that question. There got to be something out there, right? So I was looking, and the reason why I know for sure, I don't believe, I know for sure that, and this is not bragging, this is not in any way try to be braggadocious, is that if I have a time machine right now, I will go back to that lesson when I did this lesson, right? I will go back to that day and be like, hey, Gabar, yes, I'm Gabar from the future. I'm here to debate you. You're wrong, right? Put the mic down and back away, right? That's what I would have done, right? Because, you know, I've been going through like a lot, like I've been like, you know, if I've been sinning all this long, violating the word of God, when God says do not add or take away from the Bible, and now I'm saying that it's not Yahushua, this takes away sin, it's Yeshua, a name that's not even in the Bible. It's a reconstruction of Isaiah. And I want to say shout out to Zion Lex. I know he was trying to come in last week. Zion, if you want to come in, you're more than welcome. You're front of the line. And I want to kind of borrow from your wisdom. So, Brother Daniel, make sure you look out for Zion Lex if he comes in.
Yes, sir.
So I want to switch this around. And I want to have a conversation and why I believe, Ricard, I love you, but you're dangerous because you're keeping, and not only Ricard, but everybody from One West, that One West, these guys here, this One West ideology. These men were keeping people, black men, especially black men, but Hispanic men too, ignorant. There's two. Okay, let me. I'm stupid, so just bear with me. These guys were an enigma. Why? They will bring information that we would never see in any institution. We were not learning the four beasts in the history and the connection with the four kingdoms that will rise and fall. That was, this is like history, right? That was like wow to me, right? But on the same token, they were telling us not to go to school, not to go to college. You don't need to go to college. You have the prophets of the Lord right here. You have the men of the Lord right here. You don't need to go to college. That culture has been a problem, or that mentality has been a problem for a long time. And that that culture and that issue has been passed down by these guys, right, and kept alive by these guys. All of these guys look down on education, said we don't need to know Hebrew, just we will teach you the original Hebrew, the holy tongue. And we want to have a conversation about increasing the intelligence of the Hebrew Israelite community. Because these men have been responsible for promoting and teaching that somehow the education is some demonic thing, or the racist one. You don't want to learn from your oppressor, right? They're going to lie to you. These men are keeping the black community dumb and ignorant. Because if they were telling the truth does not need to hide, control, tell you what, don't go here to college, don't go get a PhD on this. You don't have to learn why. And that's the reason why we don't have any PhD in the Hebrew community. We don't have anybody with a master's degree in the PhD in the Hebrew Israelite community. I'm going to be officially learning Hebrew at the age of 53, being in the Hebrew Israelite community, learning what I thought was Hebrew, the holy tongue, Wakadash, whatever they call it, that came from Harlem, that no academia respects. And this is the problem with this community. And we're going to talk about it today. We're going to have a conversation. So
I'm sorry. I just want to post this comment. I thought it was funny.
Go ahead. What you got there?
It says, Shabbat Shalom, bro Daniel. Are you moderating with Gabar and communicating with him if there are questions, etc., in the chat for him in real time? I haven't seen ever interact with the chat.
Yeah, and we're gonna try to be more interactive. But let me set the stage because I want to keep it to the subject matter. But yeah, we're gonna be talking. So these four men right here, let's have a conversation. The guy in the middle, General Yahawah, believes he's third in command in heaven. He says Yahawah, Yahawah and him, because he's the last of the general. He was the 80 shield general in the old school. He was the highest ranking outside of the 7 elders or what have you. So technically he feels he should be in charge of the nation of Israel. Bishop Nathaniel, who is one of the biggest black supremacists, Latino supremacists, Israelite supremacists, whatever you want to call it, supremacists, biggest organization in the world, black supremacists in the world, masquerade as the gospel. Then we have the gentleman on top, Mr. Jement Grant, the so-called God-sent comforter. He convinced his congregation not only to not get PhD, but believe him that he is the holy comforter. None of his audience that believed him got a master's degree in Hebrew, got a PhD or this, got associate, maybe associate. Education is key, guys. And these guys have been responsible for dumbing down the black community for the last 40 years. 56 years since the church been around, that old one, One West. And then these people feel they're doing the right thing by the black community. You don't need to go to this, you don't have to go this, and you don't have to go that, and yada, yada, yada. And I get it. I would not recommend a young man to maybe join the military, especially now, right? But education is key to you getting out of this situation. Why? Because if these men will be promoting, what we're promoting, right? Education. We're going to learn the original Hebrew. We're going to master the original Hebrew. We're going to take everything back and achieve the greatest level of academia, spiritual institution that the world will have to only respect. If we are so great, and we are always talking about how great we are, why we cannot have done that? So let's have a conversation. Okay, let's have a conversation, right? Let me let's go back to common sense and to go back why, and I'm gonna go back to the lesson that I did, right? I'm gonna deal with that in a minute, but I want to give you the foundation why I no longer believe what I believe in regards to Ahayah. I don't believe his name. I don't believe it was ever a name. I believe the concept of having God having multiple names was developed much later. Different characteristic of his name or different thing that was more like a Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism thing that was developed much later. But I believe in the Bible, Ahayah was never recognized as God's name, and that's where I stand. And I believe that the Bible proves and shows that God's name is in the Bible. It was preserved. God's word was preserved in this holy scripture, including his name. That's where I stand. I'm not going I'm not deviating anywhere outside the Bible. That's why even the virgin birth, I need to respect. Yes, my personal issue with it, my personal questions with it, that's my personal issue. If I think it was inserted into the scripture, I should go find the evidence. Until I find the actual evidence, I should keep my mouth shut. That's where I'm at right now, right? This is the reason why I set the premise. So let's start with the Moabitite stone, just to kind of give you guys a synopsis what it is, if you do not understand it. And we're going to read it today. And to understand the Moabitite stone, why it's so important. You have a story in the Bible, 2 Kings chapter 3. And they found a Mesha Stele. Now, this particular chapter, it talks about a war in which Israel lost that war. So the reason why it is important is because most historical books or writings about conquest or kings and things of that nature, most nations, when they write about a war, they always make themselves look a little better than they actually, or they usually come across as they won the war, right? Or there was some victory when there was no victory. Israel was a unique place because their recorders were the prophets that were angry and upset at the children of Israel because they are disobeying God's commandments. So Israel had kind of like, didn't have that luxury to hide their sins and hide their shortcomings and the war being lost or won or whatever. The Bible catches everything in the Bible. And because the king was not in charge in writing the chronicles, and the writings was not revealed to the king. It was always revealed to the prophets, the priesthood, which was a separate thing. Remember, all the prophets were Levites, the majority of them. So when you find, as a Bible believer, when they find, not you, but when society finds a stone with an inscription, and back in the days, there are kings and royal people used to declare victories and put a stone as a celebration. They found one. And it matches the Bible. Oh, praise to the Most High. You know how important that is? You know how many people don't like the Bible? You know how many people don't believe in the Bible? You know how many people always criticize you? You Bible believers are following a fairy tale? Right? So this is the reason why we have to have this conversation today. And this is the reason why. And now this is the tip of the iceberg. And we're gonna be dealing with everything that I used to support and teach that I no longer teach. And this is the start of that. So let's read.
AI overview. The Mesha Stele, also known as the Moabite stone, is a 9th century BCE inscription created by King Mesha of Moab, detailing his victories over Israel. Below is a widely used English translation based on reconstructions of the 34-line text found at Debon, Jordan. The Mesha Stele translation summary. The 34-line inscription, with some parts heavily damaged, reads as follows. According to the translations from sources like K.C. Hansen and the World History Encyclopedia. Lines 1 through 8. King Mesha of Moab proclaims himself the ruler, claiming his father ruled for 30 years before him. He boasts of rebuilding a high place for his god, Shamash, for saving him from his enemies. He cites the oppression of Moab by Omri, king of Israel, for 40 years, and claims Shamash helped him restore the land.
Okay, so I wanna let's see here. Okay, so it goes into the different lines and so forth, so on. And I know there was a line that talks about the house of David that was added much later. I know. Let me go. Yeah, here we go. Let me go. You can read this if you don't mind.
Okay. Archaeological discoveries from the late 1970s and early 1980s have further indicated that, at least in the opinion of some ancient Israelites, Yahweh and Asherah were appropriately worshipped as a pair. From the site of Kuntalet Adrud in the eastern Sinai come 3 9th or 8th century BCE inscriptions that mention Yahweh and his
hold on.
Asherah.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to this, but this is not what I wanted. What was what I wanted? Let me open it up for a minute. 2 seconds. No, this is not it. When I was looking in specifically, when it talks about, I thought I had it, maybe not. Let me see. Let me scroll down a little more. See what else I have here. I thought I had it, so forgive me. I thought I had it because they. Talks about, no, this is not it. This is not it. This is not it. Okay. I'll get it because I was trying to but this is not it. Let me, you know what? I have it over here. My bad. I thought I had it, but 31, 1 through 8. It was specifically 31 that talks about the house of David. It's funny. You thought you had it 1,000 times, and then once you need it, okay. But I'll get it. So let me you know what? It's right here. It's actually in the place where you read the Bible, or when you're gonna read the Mesha. So this is a Mesha Stele. Let me go back over here. I'm sorry, my apologies. So this is the Mesha Stele because it's actually what I was looking for is in the actual place in the website where you could read the Stele. So read that. This is the Mesha Stele. This is how it looked like. It got broken, it got reassembled, and then in the last piece was the bottom piece, I think over here, that they kind of found the term House of David. All right, so let's read this real quick.
Manasseh Stele, King Mesha of Moab, details his victories over Israel and seemingly the house of David in this 9th century Stele photo.
Okay, so I want to first I'm going to walk with you guys, and I want to see if you guys figure it out on your own why I don't believe in Ahayah anymore in regards of a name, because there's too much evidence for the Tetragrammaton to be the Most High's Abanawa's name. Right? So let's go back. Let's first start with the Bible. Let's start when this whole thing started. Not as a nation, we were worshiping. I mean, Israel had idols all through. Abraham's father was an idol maker. Jacob had to tell his 4 wives to remove idols from his house. When we were in the wilderness, we were dealing with idolatry. When we were in the Judges, we were dealing with idolatry. But this is now idolatry being reintroduced to Israel, right? So we all know that Solomon loved many wives, blah, blah, blah. We all know this. And he had like 1,000 wives, 700 concubines, or 700 wives, 300 concubines, what have you. So God is judging him and talking to him to stop doing this. And this is what he does, right? So we could start at verse 4.
This is 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 4. For when Solomon was old, his wives turned his heart away after other gods, and his heart was not wholly devoted to the Most High, his power, as the heart of David, his father, had been. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and after Milcom, the detestable idol of the Ammonites.
So a lot of people think that when this happens, that Solomon just took down God's temple, Abanawa's temple, and just took everything down and replaced it. No. In the story, we're going to read it, that the nation of Israel, the tribe of Judah, or the nation of the house of David and the house of Israel, both of them were still worshiping Abanawa, the father, right? And the name that was used, the 4 letters, was the Tetragrammaton. The 4 Hebrew letters was used to describe God's name was the Tetragrammaton. So we're going to start from the perspective first that that's its name, and anybody who say that's not his name has to prove it, right? So we're going to stay right here, because right now we are seeing what people use as a thing of like infiltration, and a thing like, look, this is when Baal was introduced, and Yahweh is Baal, and they're both the same, and yada, yada, yada. But we're going to read today is a totally different scene. We're going to get into that. Let's read. It's a totally different scene, because we were worshiping still the Tetragrammaton, God and pagans. We were multi-gods worshipers. And that was the problem. Not that we were not worshiping the Father. We were worshiping the Father, but we were also worshiping other gods. It's going to show you that. Let's continue.
Solomon did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, and did not follow the Most High fully as David his father had done.
Fully meaning, the word fully means he was following him, but not the way the Most High wanted, right? Let's continue.
Then Solomon built a high place for Chemosh, the detestable idol of Moab, on the mountain which is east of Jerusalem. And
so
so
the temple was still built. So he started building temples outside in Jerusalem, in the east. So this is the reason why, and this kept going in Israel, because Israel was always a multi-God worshiping community. It was the prophets that was condemning them, and it was the prophet speaking against them, and it was the prophets trying to kick out these different pagan temples, but they kept rebuilding them. So when archaeologists dig up the ground, you're going to see a mixture of the Tetragrammaton, God's holy name, and with pagan gods. We're going to get into that. Let's keep reading.
On the mountain which is east of Jerusalem, and for Molech, the detestable idol of the sons of Ammon. Thus also he did for all his foreign wives, who burn incense and sacrifice to their gods.
So,
now,
go ahead.
Now the Most High was angry with Solomon, because his heart was turned away from the Most High. the Ahayah of Israel, who had appeared to him twice, and had commanded him concerning this thing, that he should not go after other gods. But he did not observe what the Most High had commanded.
Right.
So the Most High said to Solomon, because ye have done this, and ye have not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded you, I will surely tear the kingdom from you, and will give it to your servant. Nevertheless, I will not do it in your days for the sake of your father David, but I will tear it out of the hand of your son. However, I will not tear away all the kingdom, but I will give one tribe to your son for the sake of my servant David, and for the sake of Jerusalem, which I have chosen.
Right. So let's keep reading. Right.
Then the Most High raised up an adversary to Solomon, Hadad the Edomite. He was of the royal line in Edom. For it came about when David was in Edom, and Joab, the commander of the army, had gone up to bury the slain, and had struck down every male in Edom.
So, when Israel goes off, or at least the king goes off, because the king's supposed to be the example, because it was the prophets talking to the kings to try to convince the king to kick out all these other gods from their land. And the king's like, not right now. And that's what's always the problem in Israel. So we got to get away from our head that Israel was worshiping only the Most High. They were worshiping the Most High, but also other gods simultaneously. And that was the friction, right? Let's see here. Let's go here. I want to show you guys something, right? Because they were worshiping their gods simultaneously when they were worshiping other gods, and even in certain cases, combining them. And it's going to show you. Let's read some scriptures. Let's read that.
1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 3. And Samuel spake unto all the house of Israel, saying, if ye do return unto the Most High with all your hearts, then put away the strange gods and Ashtoreth from among you, and prepare your hearts unto the Most High, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines.
And serve him only. Why did he have to say that? Because we were not serving him only. We were serving him, but we were serving him with unclean hands, because we were worshiping other gods. That's why God was always calling us what? Harlots. Get it? If you catch your wife cheating on you, doing the same thing to another man that she's supposed to be doing to you, you're going to be calling her a harlot. So if you see the Israelite worshiping Yahweh with Ashtaroth, the Bible records that. Let's continue reading.
1 Kings chapter 14, verse 15. For the Most High will strike Israel as a reed is shaken in the water, and he will uproot Israel from this good land which he gave to their fathers, and will scatter them beyond the Euphrates River, because they have made their Asherim, provoking the Most High to anger.
Right, because and I'm going to go into different classes to re-educate, or show you how I got re-educated. Fair enough? Okay, and you could take it and see if you like it. You could pick it up, see if you like it, or you could drop it back down. But this is how I reprogram my brain in thinking. We have to start with a demonization of that name, first of all. That's psychological. That name is the name of the Most High. Unless the Most High sends an angel and sends us a miracle and shows us, that's the name I want to go by. Now, if you want to say we don't know the name, so I don't want to say the name, I'll respect that. If you want to say I'm going to replace God's name with Ahayah because I do not know the Tetragrammaton proper pronunciation, okay, I could rock with that. But to say I'm going to say Ahayah because the Tetragrammaton is the devil and evil, I have a problem with that. Meaning I disagree with that. And I think it's wrong. And that the reason why I think it's wrong, because it is overwhelming evidence archaeologically, biblically, in every sense of the word, that that's the Most High's name. And the problem with it is this, is that they will take it. There's two ways these people operate in regards to scholarship. Or this is the route you need to go through. This is where the way I'm walking going forward. I no longer deal with conspiracy theorist books in regards of trying to find the truth in regards of the Bible and history and who we are. The Alex Jones of the world, you got to move them out the way because they're not healthy for you. You should deal with mainstream academia and then try to find the truth within that framework, not going into, Alex Jones, Illuminati 2, 3, 4, and 5 type of books that is going to fry your brain, who there's going to have some good information in there, but it's also going to have a lot of misinformation as well, right? And it's always going to have a scenario that, you're not going to be able to see clearly because everything is going to come across as a conspiracy against us, right? Let's continue reading, if you don't mind.
Sure. 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 22. Judah did evil in the sight of the Most High, and they provoked him to jealousy more than all their fathers had done, with the sins which they committed. For they also built for themselves high places and sacred pillars, and Asherim on every hill, and beneath every luxuriant tree. There were also made cult prostitutes in the land. They did according to all the abominations of the nations, which the Most High dispossessed before the sons of Israel.
So they were bringing that feminine energy into and mixing the father's name with other pagan name and polluting it. And I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that was the case. Let me see what's next. Okay. Let me show you guys something real quick. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let me go here. Let me first. Okay. So before we go to the Moabite stone, let me read the Bible version of that story. The myth that Ricard is saying, it is a myth, and it has been debunked, and it's not true. That the children of Israel began to not worship who he perceived is Ahayah, and began to worship Yahweh, the Canaanite God. That has been proven, that has been disproven by these two witnesses. 2 Kings chapter 3 and the Moabite stone. This proved that claim. Why? The Moabite stone was not fighting against the northern tribe alone and fighting and took their temple and their stuff separate from the house of David. From Mesha perspective, he was fighting the nation of Israel and even called them the house of David. So unless the house of David was worshiping, according to my friend Ricard says, or my ex-friend, that the Yahweh is the Canaanite God, that's a lie. And I'm going to go into why that's a lie. We're going to go into that. That he's wrong. Yahweh, or the Tetragrammaton, is the name of the Most High. And the Moabite stone, combined reading the scriptures, it proves that theory wrong. And why? Let's read it. So let's start at verse 1, right? Brother Daniel, if you don't mind. And I know this comments are coming in. We're gonna.
There is one interesting one right here. popped it up. Let me where is it at? Right here. It says, bro Daniel, please tell Gabar to go into Yahawah H3068 in the
I know
Strong's.
this already. This is pseudo. I know this already. This is this is no, this is nothing impressive. I understand. I know this.
Okay.
Guys, please, for the love of God. I know this, or go to the Strongs and yada, I know this. Because the entire claim that Ricard is saying is that God revealed this name to him. That's what he told me. He said, brother, and let me bring you back also. Ricard and I came from a place that believed that Mesha was King David, and he wasn't. Christ was coming for the year 2000, he didn't. An angel came down and taught the holy tongue to Abba Bibbins, and he didn't. And that language has been proven to be wrong. We're going to show you that. So, but back then, I was still accessible. I was still be able to be tricked and find or believe in fantasy. Because Mashar being King David, that was fantasy, right? I was young, naive, impressionable. I'm no longer impressionable. So, with all due respect, if you don't know Hebrew, don't just go to the straw and say, yeah, the same old story, but Ahayah and Yeshaya. And it's pseudo. I'm going to show you guys that. It's pseudo. The world is laughing at GOCC. I'm going to show you that. The world does not respect the scholarship of GOCC. And I resound any lesson that I did ever representing that mind frame of teaching. Because the entire premise started with maybe God is Ahayah. For me, I don't know, but for you, for me, it was like maybe. Okay, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to do some research. And the more research I found, the more I said, nah, we have to talk about this. And let me say this, guys. And, like I said, life is weird because it's like, about a month ago, I was like all repped up with Gaja. Remember that? I was like, Gaja, I'm going for you, yada, yada, yada. I want to make an announcement right now. Gaja, I want to thank you. And, I still think you should get help, but I want to thank you. I want to why. Because if you would have never have done what you did, I would have never been woken up from my delusion about Ricard. Because part of the reason why I was holding on my delusion about the name is because although I was struggling, I was looking at the Moabite stone, I was looking at the silver scrolls, I was looking at all these archaeologies that had been found validating not only God's name, but the Bible itself. I was struggling with that. And the reason why I was struggling with that is because I was saying, Ricard is a good man. The Most High is working with this man. Let me give him a chance. Let me work with him. So when you did this, it was a shock. It was like a wake-up call. It was a slap in the face. Not what you did. Things happen with men, people fall. I wasn't shocked that you did it. I was shocked at how Ricard responded and how he dealt with it. And so that put me in a situation that I looked at this man that's like over here, and he went down over here. I was like, wait a minute. This is a man that the Most High God revealed his true name that the world has not known for 2,000 years. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I was still giving him the benefit of the doubt, but I was like, this is a good brother here. So once I realized that Ricard is a flawed man and a delusional man, it changed the entire benefit of the doubt perspective. That went away. And it taught me a great lesson. You are biased. Because when I like Ricard, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, man, the brother's a good brother. Yeah, Ahayah, man, I'm telling you, And then, because why? I always got to approach it this way. Why? Because there is no evidence for Ahayah in God's name. So we have to desperately find something. Look, it says that Jupiter is Yahweh. I want to go into the origin of that and where that came from. And why is it dangerous to receive historical archaeology discovery from the lens of a conspiracy theory person like Alex Jones, Ricard, and other people online that would skew the information to make it seem more damning than it really is. We're going to go into that, right? So let's read, right? Let's read, because I know I could go on my rant, and I want to stay focused today, right?
Can I say something real quick, Elder?
Yeah, yes, you can.
So I'm looking in the chat, and that comment I had posted, I don't believe that the guy feels like he represented it properly, that comment. And so I want to ask if we could extend a link for him whenever the time comes, because maybe he's going to be able to relay the message through.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Anybody wants to come in, you guys could come in and wait, or just when I say, hey, once I'm done, I should be done another half hour, hopefully, if I don't go into another rant, and then we're going to take some questions, right? So let's go reading, because I want us first to read the Mesha Stele. Read the 2 Kings chapter 3, and then read the Mesha Stele, and see what you guys get from it, right? And so forth, so on. And, okay, and I also want to say this. Let me go back to... yeah, this is important. Blah, blah, blah. And then when this would be the prophets, when Rehoboam said, hey, you don't have to go to Jerusalem. It's too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Okay, let me go back over here. Okay. Let's start at, let me see here. Boom, boom, boom. And God came and Judah saying, thus says the Lord, because thou hast disobeyed my commandments. 2 13. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this. He ripped the kingdom. Okay, you know what? You're right. Let me go to Rehoboam. Okay, let me go here. Let's go here. Let's start at 1 Kings chapter 12, verse 25.
Okay. Then Jeroboam built Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim and lived there. And he went out from there and built Penuel. Jeroboam said in his heart, now the kingdom will return to the house of David. If this people go up to offer sacrifices in the house of the Most High Jerusalem, then the heart of this people will return to their power, even to Rehoboam, king of Judah. And they will kill me and return to Rehoboam, king of Judah. So the king consulted and made 2 golden calves. And he said to them, is it too much for you to go up to Jerusalem? Behold your gods, O Israel, that brought you up from the land of Egypt.
So that God that Rehoboam created, or that calf, was the Most High God. It was an alternative to the temple in Jerusalem. And I'm going to show you that. Rehoboam continue worshiping God, the God of Israel, but also worshiping pagan gods. We're going to go into that. And he was doing it secretly. Let's continue.
So the king consulted and made 2 golden calves, and he said to them, is it too much for you to go up to Jerusalem? Behold your gods, O Israel, that brought you up from the land of Egypt. He said in Bethel.
So the reason why the writers that are writing this story is from the Judite side, the house of David side, writing against the house of Israel. They're not going to acknowledge that calf or that grove or that high place that he built was to the God of Israel, or an alternative place to worship the God of Israel, rather than going to Jerusalem, because he wanted to separate himself from Judah or the house of David. I'm going to show you that. Let's keep reading.
He set one in Bethel, and the other, and the other he put in Dan.
And Dan,
now this
that Dan, remember that name Dan, because we're going to read some articles later. It's going to show you that connection historically. Let's continue.
And he made houses on high places and made priests from among all the people who were not of the sons of Levi.
Now, the reason why it says were not the sons of Levi, because he was first establishing the priesthood, or the alternative priesthood, to the worshiping of the God of Israel. This is not a pagan God. What's pagan about it is the way to worship, because God told Israel, I put my name in Jerusalem, so you only go there. So the problem was, it wasn't that they stopped worshiping God. They continued worshiping God simultaneously with the other gods as well. And Judah was doing that too. We're going to go into both of them. Let's set the stage first before we even go into the Mesha Stele. Right? Let's continue reading.
Now this thing became a sin for the people. For the people went to worship before the one as far as Dan. And he made houses on high places and made priests from among all the people who were not of the sons of Levi. Jeroboam instituted a feast in the 8th month on the 15th day of the month, like the feast which is in Judah. And he went up to the altar.
What? Like the feast that was in Judah, because they didn't say it was unto the Lord, because from the Judite perspective, if you're not listening to the Most High God and worship the way he wants you to worship him, whatever it is you're doing, that's not the Most High God. So that's how they viewed it. But it was the same feast. It was to the Most High. So they didn't the children of Israel, when they separated from the children of Judah, did not begin to worship another God. They were worshiping already multiple gods. That's the point. I'm going to show you that. And they were doing it in secret. We're going to show you that. Let's continue.
Can I ask a question, Elder, if that's all right?
Yes, sir.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, they was this Jeroboam made 2 golden calves.
Yes.
To where those calves would be likenesses of the Most High, of the Father, correct?
Well, you got to remember, Solomon had calves and bulls in the temple too. God commanded to do that. So the way they're writing it, it's like, yeah, he did a little temple or 2 calves. It's like hip talk to some degree. Like he did a temple for the Most High God, not necessarily saying that the bull represents the image, but when you read in detail how God commanded how to build the temple, he also commanded Solomon to depict 4 bulls in each corner, an altar, and where you sacrifice the sacrifice.
May I say this, Elder?
Yes.
I thought the 2 bulls were for his house, but I do believe that it was like there was lions, but I get the concept. The lions, there was lions, I think.
Meaning what we're reading here is Rehoboam doing the alternative. So you know how in the New Testament, when Christ was speaking to the Samaritan woman, and she said, it is, in this mountain, our Father said we got to worship. That mountain that she was talking about, we've seen it being built right now, or that altar in that mountain. This is the beginning of that altar. This is the alteration. That makes sense? So but this is the altar to the God of Israel. In the same way, the Samaritans who picked up the same religion of the known tribes was saying, our father Jacob, right? They converted to Judaism, to the religion. So Israel was still worshiping the God of Israel, simultaneously worshiping other gods, and the God of Israel, knew it, and that's why he ruled them out. That makes sense? Let's continue reading.
Okay.
Not my fault.
It says,
let me finish reading this, and then we'll go to the next chapter. Go ahead.
It says, Jeroboam instituted a feast in the 8th month on the 15th day of the month, like the feast which is in Judah. And he went up to the altar, thus he did in Bethel, sacrificing to the calves which he had made. And he stationed in Bethel.
So he was not worshiping Baal here.
I'm not saying that. I'm just it's still idolatry though.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes. But he's worshiping the God of Israel in the same way Aaron, the brother of Moses, right? When Moses was in the wilderness, in the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, he built a calf and say, this will be now your God. But what did he name that God? Or what was the name of their God? The Tetragrammaton.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. I see what you're saying. Yes. Yep.
Ricard has brainwashed all the membership of GOCC to make them think that every single time the Tetragrammaton comes up is somehow the devil. He's lying. He's just guessing, and he's not telling the truth because he has no evidence. None. All the so-called evidence is desperate attempt to find some connection to his point. Right? So let me show you something. Right? So let's continue reading. So when it says like Judah, it's because they were probably fighting they were celebrating an alternative version of the worship of the God of Israel. It was wrong, but they did it for political reason. So you had Samaria had one temple and Judah had one temple, and they were both competing for each other. Right? But simultaneously, the house of Israel were worshiping the Most High still. Let's go into the scripture real quick. Let me show you guys something. Well, wrongfully. They were wrongfully doing it. They were not doing it right, obviously. They were doing it wrong, and they did it for a political reason, right? It was more like a let's start at, where can we start? I know there's a place that says this. Okay. Why Israel fell. Okay, so here we go. So here's the title. Why Israel fell is going to give you the reason. You have to sometimes pay attention, because when somebody is screaming often like myself and telling you something over and over and over again, you start believing it, as if the children of Israel forsook the God of Israel and began to just only worship Baal and only worship Asherah and only worship the Canaanite. That's a lie. They were worshiping the God of Israel simultaneously while they were worshiping the God the wrong way, the God of the Bible. And archaeology proves that. I'm going to show you that. Let's read it.
For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Most High their power, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had feared other gods, and walked in the statues of the heathen, whom the Most High cast out from before the children of Israel.
And what is the statue? Oh, the statues means the culture, right? The statues, the way you live is you worship multiple gods. You got a God for the rain. You got a God for marriage. You got a God for this. You got a God for that. That's the culture that the heathens, that the Most High didn't want us to deal with. The statues of the heathens, right? Let's continue.
Whom the Most High cast out from before the children of Israel and of the kings of Israel, which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against the Most High their power.
What? Read that again. Read that again.
And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against the Most High their power.
So that's the reason why when the kings of Israel says, and this king did evil, like for instance, when you go to 2 Kings chapter 3, right? Read that from on top.
Now Jerome, the son of Ahab, began to reign over Israel in Samaria the 18th year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and reigned 12 years.
So because the Levites were keeping records on both kings, because they were still under the government, they were still united racially and culturally, but religiously they had a division. Right? Let's continue.
And he wrought evil in the sight of the Most High, but not like his father and like his mother, for he put away the image of Baal that his father had made.
Because these kings were worshiping their God secretly. It was not an open thing. The Israelites were worshiping their God, their national God. They were still loyal or nationalistic to their God culturally, but still worshiping other gods because they want a little more money this year. They wanted more kids this year. They wanted more blessings this year. And I heard if you worship this God, you get some blessings. I had a friend, a neighbor. He said it was a mixture of multiple gods, including the God of Israel. Let's continue.
I think I was on 7, Elder, verse 7. I can't see it. It should say nevertheless. You got to scroll.
Okay, you were still okay. Yep, I'm sorry. No, start at verse 8.
8, okay. It says, and walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom the Most High cast out from before the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against the Most High their power, and they built them high places in all their cities, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city. And they set them up.
But remember, it says secretly. So they were doing this simultaneously from the perspective of you trying to hide it from your God. That's why in the scripture says someone is going behind the tree eating swine flesh. They hiding to be in the fear of their God. I hope God doesn't catch me. Right? Let's continue reading.
And they set them up images and groves in every hill and under every green tree. Yep. And there they burn incense in all the high places, as did the heathen whom the Most High carried away before them, and wrought wicked.
And this is very important. And they burn incense to all the high places, and did as the heathen whom the Lord carry away before them. So if you're following the same culture, paganly speaking, that's even a word, and then archaeologists then finds out like, these people are they Canaanites or they Israelites? Because culturally they're very similar. That's why the Canaanites always get confused by the Israelites, because culturally we began to continue their cultural, pagan cultural customs. That's why some archaeologists believe, I think the Canaanites are actually the Israelites. They reinvented themselves. But the answer is right there in the Bible. Right? Let's continue.
And there they burn incense in all the hot places, as did the heathen whom the Most High carried away before them, and wrought wicked things to provoke the Most High to anger. For they served idols, whereof the Most High had said unto them, you shall not do this thing.
While they were still serving the Most High. They were doing this. I'm going to show you guys. Let's continue.
Yet the Most High testified against Israel and against Judah by all the prophets and by all the seers, saying, turn ye from your evil ways, and keep my commandments and my statutes, according to all the law which I commanded your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants, the prophets.
Come on.
Notwithstanding, they would not hear, but hardened their necks, like to the necks of their fathers, that did not believe in the Most High their power.
So they were still worshiping. They were still keeping the feast days and paying the tithes and, keeping the dietary laws and keeping Sabbath. They were keeping the culture of the God of Israel, of their national God. But you know what? They want a little more. They want to, I heard if you go talk to, Astro Bell, you get some blessings. I want some business. So it became a thing that we were doing this simultaneously, right? We were worshiping our God, simultaneously worshiping other God, and that was the beef. That was the beef, right? Let's continue.
And they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, and went after the heathen that were round about them, concerning whom the Most High had charged them that they should not do like them. And they left all the commandments of the Most High their power, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove, and worshipped all the hosts of heaven, and served Baal.
Uh-huh.
And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire.
Baal is not Yahweh. It's not the Abanawa. It's not the national God of the Israelites. And guess what? The Moabite stones proves it. We're going to go into it. I'm going to set the stage, right? Let's continue.
And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divinations and enchantments, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Most High to provoke him to anger.
Uh-huh.
Therefore the Most High was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only.
Uh-huh.
Also Judah kept not the commandments of the Most High their power, but walked in the statutes of Israel which they made.
Meaning they still kept the tradition, right? And that's but they were still walking in they're not. Also, Judah kept not the commandments of God. What? Only worship me. Our God is a jealous power. He doesn't want anybody. That's why when you added him with Asherah, that was the sin. So when you find archaeology showing Yahweh and Asherah, the Bible said that already. Worship God alone. Why he needed to say that? Because we were worshiping other gods as well. We're going to go into that. Let's continue. So we should not freak out. Let's not freak out when we see these mixture of different gods, including our God being worshipped in different areas. Yes, our God was a local God, but not everybody worshiped him correctly, like the northern tribe. They were worshiping him too. That's why you see Yahweh in different areas in Jerusalem, different temples, because this was not the only competitor. I'm looking into even information that even Edom, when they were under subject under Israel, were also under that name. Moab, when they were subject under Israel, were under that name. That's why they what? They fought against Israel because they were under subjection. Right? Let's continue reading.
Also Judah kept not the commandments of the Most High. Okay, right, 20. And the Most High rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, until he had cast them out of his sight.
Uh-huh.
For he rent Israel from the house of David, and they made Jeroboam.
That's important. He rent, remember, the house of David. We're gonna go back to that. What is the house of David? The kingdom of Judah. Right? Now, in in 2 Kings, 2 Kings chapter 3, this is before the Most High root Israel out. So 2 Kings chapter 17 is kind of give you a general history, what happened. But you got to go to other chapters to go into details and how it happened. So we were correspond before the split. Okay, when we were split, we were still having, sometimes we fought together, sometimes we fought against each other, sometimes before we united forces against our enemy. So when you got to read the entire book of the Kings, in the Chronicles because it gives you a full understanding of all the madness that was happening during that time. Right? Let's continue.
For he rent Israel from the house of David, and they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam drave Israel from following the Most High, and made them sin. A great sin. For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he did. They departed not from them.
And what is the sin of Jeroboam? He was worshiping secretly Baal and Asherah. That was the sin. When you go into that, he was worshiping both. Right? Let's continue. That's why in the top it says secretly. Right? Let's continue.
Until the Most High removed Israel out of his sight, as he had said by all his servants the prophets, so was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria until this day.
Until this day, right? I want to show you something. You know the story. They brought in Gentiles, other people, blah, blah, blah. Start of 27.
Okay. Then the king of Assyria commanded, saying, carry thither one of the priests whom ye brought from thence, and let them go and dwell there, and let him teach them the manner of the power of the land.
And let me switch over to this version, the New American Standard Version. I'm sorry. That was 27, I think we left off, or 17?
Yep, 27.
27, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the king of Assyria commanded, saying, take there one of the priests whom he carried away into exile, and let him go and live there, and let him teach them the custom of the God of the land.
So the children of Israel did not forsook the custom of the children of the God of the land, who they supposed to be, or they should believe the God of the land is the God of Israel, but the God of Israel is the God of all lands, right? Heaven and earth, right? But they were still in a multi-God worshiping zone, right? Let's continue.
Excuse me, Elder. Can I read this comment?
What you got there?
It says, can you explain why the Canaanites had a god named Yahweh in their pantheon before our people had it? That's what's tripping me up about that name. Because
go ahead. Finish your thought. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because the Most High said he didn't reveal his name to the nation.
Okay. So this is where that came from, and I'm gonna deal with that because there's so much layers we have to unpack that has been layer impact for many years. That's not true. The Canaanites never worshipped Yahweh. What happened the same way, and I'm going to be doing part 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 because there's a lot of lies we have to lay out. Because the Jews were a multi-God system, the Israelites, the priesthood with monotheism, only one God, and that was the conflict. So you're going to see Yahweh in different scenarios. I'm going to show you, I want to bring some articles, and I'm going to show you that. The assumption is because El was married to Asherah. El was the storm god of that region. And I think Daniel or one of the prophets, I think it's in Daniel, the reason why people believe that Baal or Yahweh, and I don't believe God's name is Yahweh, but now his name is, I'm just using it because that's like the generic term, that Yahweh is Baal, but what happened is that Yahweh, when the Israelites began to mix their culture, right? Let me backtrack. Because it's the point I want to bring out. The confusion where scholars get it wrong, or where the confusion happened is that Yahweh was competing with Baal in regards in that region about the storm, because in that region there's a lot of storm and they depend on the weather to be right for crops. So Baal, he was called the El of the clouds, the God of the cloud, the God of thunder. The God of Israel sent forth his prophet, Daniel, and Daniel was like, no. Our God is the true living God. He's a cloud. He's the true God of the clouds. So the verbiage, when people saw that, Baal is the God of the clouds and Yahweh is the God of the clouds too, Yahweh must be a carbon copy of Baal. But no, they were competing, and the prophets were telling the Canaanites, no, our God is the true God of the clouds. Our God is the true God of the of thunder. And they were kind of using the same language, but it was more like claiming who is the real, true, powerful God of that area. And I'm going to go into that. And then when people saw that, they said, Yahweh must be, or God, or Yahweh must have been Baal or El at one point. And so therefore, although the Canaanites were not worshiping that name, Yahweh, and I could prove it, and I will bet anybody, it's only, you can only find, you could not find a relic of that name being being worshipped by the Canaanites. It is assumed because of the similar language, meaning it's assumed that Baal or El is Yahweh, and he's not, because of some similar writings in regards of their abilities or their power. So that's why most theologians, most atheists, historians that don't believe in God, they're not going to give the same respect to God. They're going to come up and say, where's the origin of Yahweh? Oh, yeah, I think he was originally a Canaanite God. And then he evolved into Yahweh. That's all theoretical. There's not one artifact that you have the Canaanite name attached to Yahweh. What's happening is that there was a mixture that cannot make it can make sense to it, and that they find writing that is similar to El of the Canaanites and the God of the Israelites in regards of who is the true God of the clouds and the thunder. We're going to go into that. Matter of fact, let's go into some articles, right, real quick. And I'm going to get to the Moabite stone, right? So let's read this too, right? Remember I talked about the Dan worship, right? Let's go into that Israelite biblical Dan worship idols and Yahweh too. Archaeology discovery, right? Why are you saying this, right? Brother Dan, you ready? Look at I think you're looking okay. So let's read this real quick. I'm gonna bring you different articles to show you that what happened is that the conspiracy nuts of our community take this information and run with it and create a story that is not true, like Yahweh and Yahweh Jupiter or Javi Jupiter is the same God. I'm gonna go into where's the origin of that, who coined that, and why people are even walking away from that. Because what happened is that when stuff was being discovered, people did not know how to understand what they're looking at. And what happened is they just made an opinion on what the information they had. Or maybe Yahweh was a Canaanite God that then eventually, and some people believe that the Canaanites and the Israelites are the same people, just the Israelites or the Israelites are the Canaanites that reinvented themselves. There's all kinds of theories out there, right? But let's read this real quick.
Finds in the northern biblical city of Dan suggests that even if King Jeroboam pushed worship of golden calves and goat demons to spite Jerusalem, there was a big Yahweh temple.
There was a what? A big Yahweh temple, right? Let's continue.
The 10 tribes living in the kingdom of Israel during the 8th century BCE practiced a mixed religion. But contrary to the...
Practice a mixed religion. So you can't get... You got to calm down with the whole, we discover Yahweh's the devil. Look, relax. Calm down. Okay? Let's assess this real, because there was a lot going on. Just read the 4 books of the Kings, man. You're going to realize, Gabar's right, bro. There's a lot going on. We can't just trust when people say, the Canaanites were the Israelites. Because that means we're the Canaanites. Right? The same people that say that Yahweh is the Canaanite God is the same people that say that the Canaanites turned into Israelites and made up this mythology. That the Israelites were multi-God and then they became Yahweh, whatever, And these are theories. It's okay. But I'm going to stay by the word. I'm going to stay what the scripture says, and then everything else, I'm going to filter from there, right? Let's continue.
The 10 tribes living in the kingdom of Israel during the 8th century BCE practiced a mixed religion. But contrary to the conventional wisdom among biblical scholars, their main deity was Yahweh after all, not the Canaanite god El and his envoys, golden calves and goat-shaped demons. New excavations headed by Dr. David Ian and Dr. Yafat Therenai of the Nelson-Glueck School of Biblical Archaeology at the Hebrew Union College in Jerusalem discovered that Dan also housed Arameans and Phoenicians.
Hey, Ricard, I'm sorry to interrupt, brother. Hey, Ricard, send a lawyer to this school, bro. Real talk, no disrespect. Just send some brothers to get higher education, man, and you'll have a better understanding of the world, how things work, and then you will come from a position of authority, because then at least you have something. Let's continue.
And Phoenicians as well as Israelites. But the gigantic sanctuary, originally found over 4 decades ago, has the hallmarks of Yahwistic practice, not pagan ritual.
Exactly. Why? Because like that woman in Samaria that spoke to Christ says, you being a Jew speaking to a Samaritan, we worship in this temple. You worship in that temple. They were still worshiping the Most High God in a wrong way. He didn't accept the sacrifice because that was not the place, but they were still doing it simultaneously while they were worshiping other gods. We're going to show you that. Let's continue.
Dan was ruled by
you was done. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you was done with the other. Go ahead.
Dan was ruled by Aram Damascus circa 830 to 770 BCE. We know this from both the Bible and from the Tel Dan inscription, says Ian. The Armenians practiced their cult at Dan too. The question is whether Israelite worship was carried out concurrently during this time. We still aren't sure, but this is one of our research questions. Mainly based on the biblical narrative, scholars had thought that Yahweh became the main god in Israel only after the kingdom's obliteration by the Assyrians in 720 BCE. But new analysis of epigraphic, archaeological, and textual evidence in Tel Dan, a key center of worship in the northern kingdom, strongly indicates that the people were worshiping Yahweh in an organized manner as early as the 9th century BCE.
So they kept worshiping the God of Israel while they were worshiping other gods. It was a mixed religion, right? Let's continue.
At the time, some 2,700 years ago, the land was split between the kingdom of Israel in the north and the kingdom of Judah in the south, which were rivals, occasionally bitter ones. Israel's capital was Samaria, but its religious centers were Bethel and Dan, while Judah's capital and religious center was Jerusalem.
Okay. And these are different temples that have been found with Yahweh, along with other gods. Because Yahweh was still, and honestly, that's not the true name, but that's a generic name, was still the God of Israel, even though Israel began to go off worshiping other gods. Science, archaeologists prove that that's the case, and also the Bible. Let's continue.
While the priests in Israel and Judah may have devoted themselves to the one God, evidence of the people's unrepentant polytheism is rife. So he put out of business the foreign god priest, who the kings of Judah had appointed to make sacrificial smoke on the high places in the city of Judah and the surroundings of Jerusalem, as well as those making sacrificial smoke to Baal, to the sun, to the moon, to the constellations of the zodiac, and to all the army of the heaven. 2 Kings 23:5.
Right. Let's continue reading this.
However, according to the biblical story, in the north, rivalry between the two kingdoms led to a sharp deviation from the path towards monotheism, competing with Jerusalem. It seems that Jeroboam, the first king of Israel, from around 922 BCE to 901 BCE, the dates are arguable, had a beef with Rehoboam, son of Solomon and king of Judah. The priests and Levites sided with Rehoboam, fearful that his people would too. Jeroboam deliberately drove them to idol worship in the kingdom of Israel's main cities, Bethel and Dan.
But they were worshiping an idol in the same way as Aaron and the Israelite worship idol, but that idol they were worship, they named the Most High's name, Abanawa, the name Tetragrammaton. And all evidence points to that. Simultaneously worshiping Baal and Asherah as well. We're going to show you that. Let's continue.
On Jeroboam's predilection for paganism, the golden calves that Jeroboam made to be your gods, Chronicles 13:8, the Bible says. The Levites even abandoned their pasture lands and property and came to Judah and Jerusalem, because Jeroboam and his sons had rejected them as priests of the Most High when he appointed his own priest for the high places and for the goat and calf idol.
So when you read the grove, and they also went after Asherah, and they asked, so the grove was always the legitimate temple or worship place of the God of Israel, that God was upset at Israel for worshiping in a place that he didn't command it to worship. So the word grove is not associated with the other gods. It was associated with the alternative place of worship, the God of the national God of Israel. I'm going to show you guys because, I was doing this for 12 years, and I'm not going to deprogram you back to common sense in 12 minutes. So we're going to continue having these conversations, right? Let's read. Because, like I said, we're reading it from Judah's point of view. So they did not acknowledge the grove in which Israel was worshiping Yahweh as the temple to the Lord. They didn't say the temple to the Lord, but it was from the Israelite perspective, the northern tribe, that was the temple of the Lord. The other one that we built. So then we don't have to go to Israel or Judah, excuse me. Right? In history now it's showing that. They were worshiping both. But if you take information and get anything on the absolute, you could get confused. The Canaanites was not worshiping Yahweh unless they converted, right? Like the other people, because that's what conversion's been around for a long time in Israel. And then we're going to get into that too. We always had Gentiles among us. Right? So let's continue.
Can I just make sure I'm following correctly, Elder? That's
yes,
okay.
Please. Yes, please.
So what I'm understanding is that when we got in that land and we conquest and we remove those people, eventually because of Solomon, he ended up taking on so many different wives, and those wives introduced him to different this pantheon, right? And eventually what happened was there was a split in the kingdom. Because there was a split in the kingdom, Judah stayed in their position, and then Israel did their own thing. And because they still had a heart for the Most High, and Jeroboam didn't want to go to Rehoboam, he kicked the priest out. That way there was no division within Jeroboam's place. He kicked the priest out. The priest went to Rehoboam in the southern kingdom. And so what he did, he developed an alternative way of living, but that way of living was based upon this collaboration of like paganistic, the people that they kicked out the land, and the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments.
Right. Well, they didn't kick out everyone. Remember, that was another problem in the book of Judges. The Most High,
right? They didn't kick out everyone for sure.
They were upset that they didn't kick out the Canaanites, and they made them tributaries, slaves. So those cultures still was there, and those gods were still being worshipped because they didn't kick out all the natives out.
Right. And so wrapping this up. And so what happens is that when, and of course those people passed, they're gone. Right. And so when archaeologists dig up artifacts, they are seeing this collaboration of like paganism and also Hebraic traditions combined. And when they're seeing it, they're associating that being Canaanites in that area, but it's not Canaanites. It's just us concurrently operating in two traditions.
Yes, and people are trying to make sense of it, and some people are saying, I have heard all kinds of theories that the Israelites are really Egyptians and they reinvented themselves, and then they took over, they ransacked Jerusalem or Israel, and they kind of took the identity or the Canaanites got tired of their multiple God worship, and then there was like a Yahweh cult came up of the Canaanites, and they reinvent. There's all kinds, because if you're going to accept one theory, Yahweh was worshipped by the Canaanites. That's a theory. And the reason why they're saying that is because they say the Israelites are made up. There were no Israelites. All the story was made up because the Canaanites wanted to reinvent themselves. And they made this story up that they got invaded by somebody else, but it was really them. I read books about that too. We have to be very careful that we don't get hyperbolic, and we have to deal with basic logic and common sense. Like if you got the Bible, and the Bible has a name, and then you find that same name historically with a primary source, the Mesha Stele is primary source, meaning Mesha wrote it himself, or at least he wrote it, or he commanded to be wrote. Read, get my writer. I want you to read this and write this. I, Mesha, and the year, my father and my God, yada, yada, yada. And we could still read that today. Praise the Most High. You can't get any more direct than that. And we're going to read the Mesha Stele, right? So let's continue.
Rehoboam of Judah, the king, made two golden calves and said to the people, okay, man.
God, many based on all this. Okay. I
got you. Mainly based on all this, some modern scholars have been assuming that a key distinction between Israel and Judah lay in fundamental beliefs that the priests and the people of the north, Israel, worshipped El and pagan idols, while the Judite kingdom was faithful to Yahweh. It's starting to look like the biblical account was heavily biased. First of all, Chronicles apparently dates to the fourth to the second century BCE, so it was written hundreds of years after the events described. Also, it would have been written by scribes in Jerusalem, the capital of Judah. The ethics of writing his story accurately did not exist then, and they may have had an interest in trashing their long dead brethren of Israel.
Exactly.
So the writer acknowledged.
Listen, understand this: when you're reading the Bible, the kingdom of Judah is the good guy, and the kingdom of Israel is the bad guy. So they're not going to make the children of Israel look good if they don't have to, and they're not going to make the children of Judah or the kingdom of Judah or the house of David to look bad if they don't have to. Now, granted, I also got to say this, is that the Levites or the priests were not biased towards Israel, were not biased towards Judah, but I can understand how this writer could say that there was some bias towards Israel because it was written from Judah's side. And I concur. That's the reason why they did not call that temple that Rehoboam built the temple of the Most High God or the God of Israel, because in their mind, the God of Israel only lives in the house of Judah or the temple in Jerusalem. So that could not be the God of Israel, although it's named Yahawah or Yahweh or whatever pronunciation you think it is. That should be upon its name. That was the name they put in upon the temple. And now archaeology is finding out that, okay, wait a minute, hold on, let's go calm down, because if you just got to read the Bible, match it up with history and archaeology, it matches. Like the Moabite stone. It's men that we come in, we still like adding ideas and pointing in our own opinion. Like, I think God's name was Ahayah first. If we accept the Bible, we don't have to get caught up with all these problems. Let's continue.
First of all, Chronicles. Is now the new analysis of the evidence excavated under the late Avraham Biran at Teldan indicates that, in fact, both kingdoms worshipped Yahweh as well as pagan idols.
Thank you. Thank you. So the Canaanites were not, originally worship Yahweh, and the Israelites stole it from them. That's a lie. That's an assumption. Right, let's continue.
Ahmadiyya was here. It is the preponderance of evidence that suggests Yahwistic worship in Dan, the archaeologists explain. Suggestive finds include seal impressions with Yahwistic names, temple architecture, and artifacts typical of Yahwistic temple rituals. They also found massive evidence of animal sacrifice at the Teldan temple, of species associated with Yahwistic worship at the first temple in Jerusalem.
So let's go back, right? And we're gonna get to the Moabite stone eventually. We will, trust me, right? But now we have a better understanding, right? When you go to 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 29. Let's start at 29. Because they were doing the same. They learned from the priests of the northern tribe, and look what they did. Let's read.
But every nation still made gods of its own and put them in the houses of the high places which the people of Samaria had made. Every nation in their cities in which they lived. The men of Babylon made Succoth Banoth. The men of Cuth made Negral. The men of Hamath made.
Right. So they worship the most. So and the priest. Okay. And then when you go, we keep reading, and also fear. Okay. So 32.
They also feared the Most High and appointed from among themselves priests of the high places, who acted for them in the houses of the high places.
So why they felt it was okay for them to worship the God of Israel, if the God of Israel's rules is you can only worship him? Because customarily, traditionally, the northern tribe, as we read in this article, always was worshiping the God of Israel, simultaneously worshiping other gods, so they thought it was okay. It's right there in the Bible. It was a mixture. And that's why you can find all kinds of mixture of God worship with the God of Israel right next to another, Baal, and they started mixing. That's why you see certain characteristics of certain worship that are similar, because that's what the whole confusion thing about. That's why God doesn't want multiple gods worship, because it's confusion. Man said these gods are idols; they don't mean anything. But culturally, Now we're trying to make sense of it. Now you got every Tom, Dick, and Harry coming up and saying, I think the Canaanites were originally this, then the other, the Israelite lot and stuff. Okay. Were you there? I'm going to rely on the Bible. That's my check. I'm a Christian. So we have to come down with all the Alex Jones teachers out here, Israelites. I'm going to call them the Alex Jones conspiracy theory Israelites. They just take anything and just run with it. Let's continue. 32.
They feared They also feared the Most High and appointed from among themselves priests of the high places who acted for them in the houses of the high places. They feared the Most High and served their own gods according to the custom of the nations from whom they had been carried away into exile.
Thank you. You see that? We just read that article. And they just figuring that out now, and this has been in the Bible for thousands of years. I think we were all wrong. We have to re-examine here what's going on. Right? Let me see what else we got here. Let me go there. Is there any evidence? Okay, let's read this article real quick.
Okay. Yes, substantial archaeological and biblical evidence indicates that the northern kingdom of Israel often worship Yahweh simultaneously with other deities, particularly Baal and Asherah, from the period of Judges until 722 BCE. This practice often termed syncretism was common before the widespread monotheism that developed later.
Yep.
Key evidence of concurrent worship: Baal and Asherah worship. Archaeological findings and biblical narratives suggest that the worship of Canaanite deities like Baal, a storm god, and Asherah, a mother goddess, coexisted with Yahwism.
Thank you. So you're gonna find a lot of theories, but you always, when you're dealing with something, you don't go with the extreme theorists that Yahweh is the evil God and the Canaanites are actually Israelites. You could go far deep on that side too. But when you're a Bible believer, you got to lean towards what the Bible is saying. This name Ahayah doesn't exist nowhere. Not even in the Bible is a name. It's mentioned. I'm counting every time the verb Yahweh, which means to be, is in the Bible. I'm just catching up to the book of Job. I think I'm so much like 12, 13 times. That's not a name, man. That's made up by Ricard. I'm sorry. And the fact that lesson that I did in regards of this whole Yahweh thing being Jupiter, we're going to go into that, right? We're going to go into that. Let me go to my PowerPoint. Let me go to... Okay. So every single individual book, like these guys. You ever seen this little documentary? Jupiter, Yahweh, right? And look how he talks.
Deus, or is God, or it means shining, right? Deity, God, shining, celestial, like a.
And this is how these guys, don't listen to these guys no more. These conspiracy, they're always out here trying to, act like, they know what they're talking about, right?
Being the gods. So Jove is the Roman name for Jupiter. Now in Latin.
And always watch out for these guys that are speaking so hyperbolic, like they know what they're talking about, without bringing you sources. What is the source? Who first coined it? who sparked this idea, right? This name would never come up. Geechee. He would never come up. He's the guy that coined this. Let's read a little about this guy. And what exactly he was saying, what exactly he was not saying, right? So let's have a conversation.
The notion that Jupiter, Jove, sounds like Yahweh is generally treated by linguists as a coincidental phonetic similarity rather than a.
So the academia world have moved on from this. That theory came around and it kept being repeated to the point they'd be like, yo, God, Yahweh and Jupiter is the same God. No, it's not. This dude noticed there are some similar, because the word Jupiter, I think means Father God, Yahweh, Jupiter. That's the similarities there. He noticed a little, and then now it's been proven that they're not the same God. It's just some linguistic similarities, and that happens a lot within archaeology or linguistic investigation or discipline. Right? Let's continue.
As coincidental phonetic similarity rather than an etymological connection. While love, Jove, in classical Latin is pronounced closer to Yahweh, it derives from Indo-European roots, Sky Father, while Yahweh is Semitic.
So even they know it's not the same word etymologically. It has two different routes. They just sound the same. Very similar, but it's not the same thing. And there's hundreds of different words from different cultures that sound the same, but don't mean different things. I think the Ethiopian, either Ethiopian or Guyanese, the word Nagus means queen, king. But the word, it sounds very similar to Negro, the Latin word for negro. But it's not the same word, right? We have to elevate our education, man. Because when we don't have a lot of information and somebody feeds us some new information, we can't really, cipher, we're going to go with it. Let's continue.
Yeah. Linguist roots. Jupiter stems from Proto-Indo-European, Diusis, Fader, Skyfather, which evolved into Latin, Iupiter, and the genitive lovis, or Yov. Yahweh is a Proto-Semitic name related to the verb to be, unrelated to sky shining roots.
So everybody knows this now. Is that this guy, this quote, it was like a little small quote. We're going to go into the quote. He says, I think Yahweh comes from the term Jupiter, which they got it from Egypt. And the part they got it from Egypt was proven wrong because this was before the Rosetta Stone was discovered, and they didn't understand the Hebrew language, so they just credited everything to Egypt, and it became a situation that now they understand, this was just a phonetical similarities. But that's not going to stop dudes like Alex Jones Israelites out here trying to stem the attention, or I got a nice little shiny light. But we got to be practical, man. We got to be practical in these days. We cannot just jump with everything. That's why education is important. Education is important. Education is important. Let's continue.
Pronunciation evidence. In classical Latin, I often acts as Y sound and V as a W sound. Therefore, love would be pronounced as Yahweh or Yahweh. Syncretism and ancient connections. Some ancient sources, such as Justin Martyr's 150 AD and Epiphanes, noted similarities with some Gnostic sects using the Greek transliteration Labe, Yahweh.
So
Some scholars,
so this is proof that Yahweh and Yahweh Jupiter or like I said, nobody knows the true pronunciation of the holy name, but even they was noticing there were similarities. But acknowledging there were two different gods. It's just a similarity. That's all. Let's all not freak out. But when you don't have a lot of skills in critical thinking skill, everything is going to be hocus pocus. Everything is going to be conspiracy. Nah, bro, they're lying to you, bro. Yo, the Illuminati. Papa, let me show you this book, Illuminati 3, 4, and 5. We got to stop that. We need mature men to look at things objectively. Not dudes that are going to throw themselves out the window. Let's continue.
Theological differences. While both are supreme deities in their respective traditions.
Start at some scholars like.
Some scholars like William Gensenius once suggested a possible influence of Yov on the Yahweh pronunciation.
That's where it comes from. And notice how they're see, the people in high academia, level, they're not as emotional and bombastic as we are when these information. They know that they don't get so excited about a theory because they know they still have to get peer review. They still have to go through this process to make sure that theory, right, has any water, anything. And that's why I say some, because not all agreed. Get it? So here you have one that came out with a theory, and he said a maybe. It may be a fanatical or finical connection. Now, everybody on the internet is going crazy. We got to come down. It's not healthy. Let's continue.
Theological differences. While both are supreme deities in their respective traditions, they do not share the same origin, with Yov being a pagan deity and Yahweh being the sole creator in Hebrew tradition. Alternative viewpoints. Some minority arguments claim that Roman or Samaritan communities in Italy, in Cumea, blended the two names using Lov or Labe as representation of Father God. Deus Pater, which evolved into a corrupted name.
So that could be true. There's all kinds of theory we do not know. And you need to understand that when people are writing or are in these disciplines, they're not loyal to our doctrine or what we believe. They're not going to give God and the Israelites and the name and all of that the same respect. They're going to just look at it from a perspective that there is no God. How did his name come about? Well, maybe the Canaanites came. Maybe this. Maybe they come up with different theories because they don't believe in God. They're not going to look at the Bible the same way we look at the Bible. So they're going to come up with any different theory. So what happened is one person will come up with a theory, a conspiracy Alex Jones wannabe Israelite, Christian. They want to be different and come in with something new. Do you know how many other names, Elder Brother Ricard, with all due respect, I don't view him as an elder, I believe him as a delusional a person that needs help. You know how many other names he has inspired other space cadets to be out there talking about, I think it's Yahawah, but I was like, dude, calm the hell down, Papa. You don't even need Hebrew. You don't even know Hebrew. We are a laughing stock of the world, and I'm just calling us out. I'm just saying it, yo, we're idiots, man. Stop it. Let's elevate our thinking. Let's increase. Let's stop promoting idiots. Let's stop promoting, let's create certain standard. There's people online teaching Hebrew that they don't even know Hebrew. Let me show you guys something. There's a conversation. The brother and the brother, he's got to be in his 60s. This brother here, Ahayah El Malak, He's a brother, good brother. He knows traditional Hebrew. He's been learning Hebrew. He's been online. He has all his credential. And he is trying to say, okay, brother, if the vowel system doesn't work, and for the record, for all the GOCC member, your beloved elder lawyer teaches the non-vowel system. I want lawyer to do a debate with this guy. Says he's the Hebrew master, man. I'm going to see how he's going to do well with this guy. Right? Let me show you something. We got to stop playing these stupid games already. Knock it off, guys. It's like sometimes I feel like dealing with kids in the Israel community with all these conspiracy theories. Relax. Go to school and find out. There was a brother that's like, Elder, I know you don't believe in Ahayah anymore. Could I, have a conversation with you? Yes, no problem. I just show you something, and I want you to think. I want you to tell me what you think. And then he told me some Hebrew, some commentary. And I was like, hey, brother, do you know Hebrew? No. Well, I don't know Hebrew either. So why don't you and I learn Hebrew, and then we could have this conversation 3 years from now? Because you're trying to tell me that the name of Ahayah can be discovered, or you're going to show me some hidden Hebrew language or understanding that only you know, and that you don't know Hebrew, but you want me to check it out. And this is the mindset we have to stop. We have to elevate our thinking and our ability to even have a real conversation with what's in front of us. So, what is the Hebrew word for holy, brother? Daniel.
It is. I know Kodash is holy. Holy is set apart, so it's Kodash, right?
Kodash, right?
Yeah.
What's the Hebrew word for sodomite?
Sodomite? I don't know.
It's Kodash. You know why? Because the word set apart, it just means something that's set apart. And then they used to use that same word, Kodash, but with different vowel points that is not talking about a holy thing. It's talking about homosexual, a sodomite.
I see.
Because a sodomite, you put them, you set apart from everybody else. So Hebrew is a totally different family structure. We cannot, unless we know it, and like I said, I took one class. I know more than somebody who's been learning the holy choco tongue than this guy over here. And this is the ridiculousness that we have to deal with, right? Fair use. Check this out.
Was sanctified. Holy, holy, holy. Because the Most High, he can deliver people from the sodomite spirit, or from, being, in that lifestyle. So let's say someone was consecrated. The Most High consecrated somebody from that. Now, can you read that for us in Lashawan Kodash? How would you say a holy one consecrated holiness? A sodomite was sanctified. Holy, holy, holy.
Kodash, Shah, Kodash, Shah, Kodash, Shah, Kodash, Shah, Kodash, Shah, Kodash, Shah, Kodash, was Shah, Kodash, was Shah.
Look at the brothers on top, smiling.
And what does that mean?
Try to hit the laugh.
Translate that.
The Holy One to concentrate holiness, and the one thing I don't see sodomite, because what you got to look at when I go to your word, when you got sodomite, when I first thing I see the first up under the qua, on the Q, see that symbol, that changed. You see how the
but we're asking about Lashawan Kodash. We're not even doing any other Hebrew, any other language. We're just asking, could you read that one more time? I just want to make sure I got it right. Could you read it one more time? A holy one consecrated holiness.
I got
Sodomite was sanctified.
Washa, Kodasha, 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 Shah, Kodasha.
And this is the reason why the world does not respect us. Here's a man who is in his 60s, probably close to 70, stubborn as a mule and not even understanding that it is impossible for you to have any rational thought in regards of communication in the Hebrew language without the vowel points, Pugniaks. For the love of God and everything good. And we're having people now swearing about this language. It doesn't exist. Ricard, their language, lawyer is not teaching people Hebrew. He's keeping people stupid and naive and thinking they know Hebrew. Ricard, a Donna Kruger effect, super heavyweight champion, is teaching another Donna Kruger effect lawyer. Now he's making new Donna Kruger effect, thinking people that they know Hebrew like this guy over here. Even Christ condemns the holy tongue, whatever the holy one kadash, whatever they call it. He says, not one dot or tittle will pass from the law. Those are the vowel points. We got to increase our intelligence, man. We got to increase our intelligence in our community. We got to increase our intelligence. Because let me tell you something. Let me show you something, right? I'm not here to start a fight, but I'm here to try and work you guys up. This is Brother Ricard debating with James White, and these videos are going viral, and Ricard looks like a fool, a delusional fool. Let's play this. Fair use.
Do you have the Hebrew of Isaiah 44:2 in front of you?
Yeah, it's going to say the Tetragrammaton. I know that.
Okay, then do you have any manuscripts of the book of Isaiah that do not have the Tetragrammaton?
My whole King James Version Bible in the Old Testament is filled with the Tetragrammaton.
I know that. So my point is, if you're going to assert that there has been a textual change in the biblical text itself, you can't simply assert it. You have to prove it. Do you have the Hebrew of Isaiah?
And that's the problem that every single GOCC member is going to have. It's an assertion. And every single primary Illuminati 2 is not primary research. Not primary research.
I think he was being funny. I could be wrong, but I think he was being funny with that.
Okay, I hope you were being funny. I hope you're being funny. It's not. Because he brought out, Ricard brought out Illuminati 2 on this debate. I never felt more embarrassed. I had to do a follow-up video, right? Anybody that disrespect my elder, I'm gonna go for it, whatever, or in my emotions, because I knew Ricard doesn't know what he's talking. In the back of my mind, he was like, dude, get out. Dude, do more research. Ricard doesn't know what he's doing. And what's happening is, I truly believe that Ricard is delusional. He's going to probably be diagnosed with some delusional grandeur in the future. He's probably going to end up an old man in some nursing home talking about, GOCC, they took my church away from me. Get off, it's a conspiracy. I'm telling you. Because that delusion only gets worse. You double down, before you know it, you end up as a crazy man. There's nothing personal here. I'm just been woken from the nonsense. And like I said, these people have been responsible, right? Let me show you guys for the confusion, right? Let me show you another more evidence in regards of what's going on here, right? So let's read this real quick for people to understand. Yahweh and Zeus are not the same God. It was just one theory from one guy who's been proven to be wrong and is no longer considered to be a theory among archaeologists or linguistics. They viewed it as a false content, content.
Cognate.
It happens so often, they even have a name for it, man. It's already come down. All these conspiracy theories. Sometimes the truth is boring. Sometimes the truth is not as exciting as you know, the billboard, or the movie is not as exciting as the trailer. Right, let's continue.
False cognate. False cognate are pairs of words that seem to be cognates because of similar sounds or spelling and meaning, but have different etymologies. They can be within the same language or from different languages, even within the same family. For example, the English word dog and the Mabarbaram word dog have exactly the same meaning and very similar pronunciations, but by complete coincidence. Likewise, English, much in Spanish, mucho, came by their similar meanings via completely different Proto-Indo-European roots. And same for English, have in Spanish, haber. This is different from false friends, which are similar sounding words with different meanings, and may or may not be cognates within a language. If they are spelled the same, they are homographs. If they are pronounced the same, they are homophones. Cross-linguistic or interlingual homographs or homophones sometimes include cognates. Non-cognates may more specifically be called homographic or homophonic.
And so why these disciplines exist? Why is these things exist? Because let's read this article real quick in regards of languages and sounds and human abilities, right? Let's read this real quick.
While an exact number is different to pinpoint due to the endless variation in human speech, researchers estimate that all languages, past and present, combined utilize about 800 to 1,000 distinct sounds. Total sounds used. Linguists have documented roughly 600 to 700 consonant sounds and 200 plus vowel sounds across all human languages, according to studies based on the International Phonetic Alphabet.
See, and this is why education is important, man. Education is important. We got these things that elevate your thinking. They start power forming your brains, man. When you start getting smarter, you just think different. You don't make these drastic decisions because you know more. You more understanding how the world works. Right? Let's continue.
Sounds in individual languages. Most individual languages use only about 30 to 50 of these sounds.
So you heard what he said? Most individual languages use only about 30 to 50 sounds. So when you have multiple languages and multiple history and multiple different people just at different times, just, you know, different languages evolve into different sound. You don't think some of them are going to sound the same in certain parts of the history of that time? And yeah, get over it. Don't get all freaked out over it. And that's what I'm trying to convey here. People get correct with these conspiracy theories, and you know, there's always these loud music and these let me. I remember. Let me show you this. Like, yeah, guys like this guy here. Like, let me show you guys. You know, these are one of the old goodies I used to watch. I used to be like, yo, this is some deep. What was this one? What was the one I was looking for back in the days? There was one that was like, what was the one? Where is the one? Yeah. Oh, yeah, this crazy chick.
Deception that's going on within the churches.
I used to be like, yo, this just is bringing us some.
I used to go to.
And look, she got Yahawah, Ahayah, 666, Shoes, Black Ball, Back, Allah, Beelzebub.
I grew up within First Assembly of God churches and such, so I know a little.
Deep. She's deep. No, she's not. She doesn't know what she's doing. And there's a lot of different videos like that out here that are people just bugging the hell out. So this one, I mean, there was one that it's with the the heavy. Oh, here we go. The heavy music, like. Only this one. I remember this one. This was like, hold on. There we go.
Following are transliterated versions of the sacred names that are in use by various sacred name groups.
You'd be surprised when you're like a 20-something-year-old, 30-something-year-old. This video will change your life, bro. You watch this video, you think you're ready to teach and break it down. I'm telling you, man, this is where a lot of this thing comes from the conspiracy wannabe spiritual people that come into the Christian church, the Israelite community, already with a conspiracy thinking the world's against them. So it will be acceptable for someone to come up with a theory if you're already in this mind zone. If you're already, if you've been watching 15 hours of these type of videos, you could believe anything.
And let me emphasize, God's personal name is not the Hebrew name of Elohim or any of the other titles.
Right? This dude right now put this video together under, let me see how long ago this video was put together. This was 11 years ago. I know, I used to watch videos like this, right? 46,000 views. Some dude living in his mother's basement did this together. Now, people are like, yo, I don't know about Yahweh, bro. And all it came with, and the reason why we even here, the reason why we even having this conversation is because a guy a long time ago who was a
lexiconographer.
Yeah, just came up with a theory. But then when you see it in a way with dark music, today we're going to discover they may even kick me out of the internet for this. I'm telling you, you got to watch. We got to kick these people out of the Christian community, man. And definitely out of the Hebrew Israelite community. There's a lot of wackos, a lot of psychos. And these are the ones that rise to the top. These are the ones that get calling and say, yo, I think the Most High is an alien and we have to go to the mothership and he's been talking to me. These are the ones that got the 50 million views and all that. But the boring, the ones that look at stuff and take their time and do the research and read and all that, those are the boring ones. We have to elevate our thinking, man. We have to elevate our thinking, right? There's a lot of guys like this guy. I used to love this guy, Alex Jones. I stopped watching this guy years ago. He was frying my brain, man. And now even this guy gets exposed. You know why I started watching this guy, especially after a while? I started to realize, I think Alex Jones has been set by the small hats to convince the people that the people that are really in control are not the small hats, but the secret societies, families. Like, let people go into a rabbit hole so then you will never find out. It's just simply the Jewish lobby in America is out of control. It's just Netanyahu and the lobby, Mossad. If he puts a name in it, then now we could identify it. But if it's always a shadow government, 15 families, we don't know their name exactly, but we think it's a rabbit hole, man. We need sensible leaders and people that are coming with truth and facts and receipts, right? So let's see this real quick. Fair use.
This book really pulls back the curtain on Alex Jones and InfoWars. What made you decide you wanted to write this memoir?
Yeah, well, I wanted to less so pull back the curtain on him and more so pull back the curtain on what it's like to be pulled into a world like that. Mm-hmm. And sort of show from my perspective how you get pulled in and then how incredibly difficult it is to get out.
And before you worked for him, you were a fan of his. What was the falling out that perpetuated you deciding, I got to cut ties?
Well, for a few years, yeah, it all started. So I wasn't really, it wasn't the ideology that pulled me in initially. It was more he made the world feel like a movie. So when I started working for him, I was a believer in a lot of the things that he talked about. And it was being inside that world and seeing how things worked and how things weren't based on reality. So the promise was that he was sort of pulling the curtain back to reality. And once I got in there, that's not what was happening. There was a lot of stuff. There were giant leaps to make the claims he was making. There were outright lies. So that's sort of what made me begin to question, is any of this real?
Was there a singular moment that you can remember today when you really started questioning it all?
It wasn't one moment. It was a lot of moments. It was gradual. And that's sort of what I'm trying to show in the book, is that it isn't just this one moment, because you buy into the promise of certainty. And then once uncertainty rears its head, it takes a while for you to start questioning it. But at the same time, Jones was sort of making us question not his ideas, not the things that we were finding that didn't match what he wanted us to find. He was making us question our belief in ourselves, our own minds, whether we could trust what we were seeing in front of us, or whether we should just believe the things that he's telling us. So it wasn't just one thing, it was many things over a period of time that sort of made the light bulb go off.
So sound familiar? Yeah, brother. Yeah, I know you're reading God's name in the Bible, Christ's name in the Bible, but that's not his name, brother. So I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. I'm not reading what I'm reading. No, brother, you're not. They changed it. Let me show you. Let me show you this video over here with some scary music.
Can I respond to that, Elder?
Yes, sir.
So I think this would be a good time to bring in my little testimony about how when I left the GOCC, like years after, I started to want to make sure that there was no cracks in my doctrine. And eventually what came across my table was the name Ahayah. I was like, well, why do I say Ahayah? I don't know. I just said it. I just say it because that's what I was told in GOCC. And so I started to look up different debates. I started looking up different archaeological finds, manuscripts. And I'm living with my father at the time in my family. And, we're all very heavy into the truth, and they believe the name Ahayah as well. And I'm still believing the name Ahayah. I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold against it just yet. That's why I'm further listening to it. But anyway, so I say, Dad, look what I found. Like, there's so much stuff like against the name Ahayah. I'm seeing a lot of the tetragrammaton in here. And he's like, son, he was like, the name Ahayah is, and all praise to my dad. My dad is an amazing man. I want to say this first off. My family's an amazing family. But I'm going to tie this back in that video and what Elder's saying. My dad was like, son, the name Ahayah, that's the name. You gotta make sure that you look in the scriptures deeper. You gotta find this thing. You can't be led astray, kind of thing. And I'm thinking to myself, like, Dad, you're right. Like, what I just saw, that's not true. Like, I need to figure out why that's there and why Ahayah is the name. And so I end up pulling myself back into Ahayah, and of course,
because the entire premise is they hid it from us. That's the premise. So
right.
If Ricard can convince someone, if not even 100%, just maybe, he got you, and that's the problem. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and yeah, I came across coincidentally one of Elder Gabar's videos on that very person we just talked about, Gensinius, the lexicographer, and I used that to substantiate my reasoning behind Ahayah being the name, ironically. And so yeah, it's very true what that guy just said and what Elder Gabar is bringing out.
Because, man, it's an emotional thing. It's like a passionate. It's like, something that is, we hold religion close to our chest, right? So it's like a thing that this is life and death for us, and I get it. We don't want to, first of all, the problem is they are deceiving us, right? They're giving us a European Jesus, a European Christianity, colonialism. All that's true, and all that is wrong, and all that we have to condemn and point out. So But what happened is that we get emotionally involved to this thing, and we create a paranoia type of thing to this, to the point that we believe in anything, or we not believe in nothing, even what is in the Bible. You think there will be like, even if you believe, if somebody believes that the Most High is revealing the name, I would like, well, before I do it, God, I need some evidence here that this is you, God, talking to me here. This is you working through me here. Because it's so overwhelming. There's so much evidence out there that, people are going to think I'm crazy. So someone with common sense will pause and say, wait a minute, the bar's right. I sound crazy here. Even if it's true, which is not, even if he got some vision, logically, it's illogical. What would God bring his name to an individual with no evidence? The only thing is, Jupiter, at one point, Jave, Jupiter, Jave, brother, that's not evidence. That's desperate grasping for air here. This is like, what? What are we doing here, guys? But go ahead, brother. You were about to say something.
No, I was going to say, we see that in the scriptures when a person is given a revelation by the Most High, by a prophet or an angel. A lot of the times it's confirmed by something to back it up. Because what does it say about dreams in the scriptures? It says about dreams as a reflection of oneself. So we have to be very cautious when we try to validate a dream that we get without it being substantiated by something else, So that's what I got to say.
Peter, when he saw the vision 3 times for him, the Gentiles received the gift of the Holy Spirit in the witness or in front of the companion of Peter. When they came with him, and they were able to verify, yeah, we saw it. There was some evidence. Ricard doesn't have any evidence. And I'm sorry, some, linguistic expert theorizing about the name Jupiter and Yahweh is not evidence. The fact that you have to bring that up is evidence that you have no evidence. It's evidence that you don't have anything to you could show. Yeah, this is the evidence. This is the receipt. This is what we got here. You got speculation and just it's not healthy, man. It's not healthy. So let's I want to, and I know I'm jumping around, and I do apologize. Let's go to the Moabite stone finally. Let's read it, and because there's more there in regards of this, right? So there's something I want you guys to see, right? So let's start with verse 4, right? Let's get right through it because I want to set the stage here.
And Mesha, king of Moab, was a sheep master, and rendered unto the king of Israel 100,000 lambs and 100,000 rams with the wool. But it came to pass.
He was under the God of Israel at that time. He was under Yahweh or the Tetragrammaton. He was under the name of Abanawer at that time, under the rulership of Israel. Right? Keep reading.
But it came to pass when Ahab was dead that the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel.
Uh-huh.
And King Joram went out of Samaria the same time and numbered all Israel.
Uh-huh.
And he went and sent to Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, saying, the king of Moab hath rebelled against me. Wilt thou go with me against Moab to battle? And he said, I will go up. I am as thou art. My people is thy people, and my horses is thy horses.
So here's Judah and Israel being united. Now, I wonder under what God they're going to be united. I wonder. Let's read. Under what God they're going to be united. Let's read.
And he said, which way shall we go up? And he answered, the way through the wilderness of Edom.
And at that time, that Edom was subject to Israel and Judah at that time. It's going to show you that.
So the king of Israel went, and the king of Judah and the king of Edom, and they fetched a compass of 7 days' journey, and there was no water for the host and for the cattle that followed them.
Okay, so what God they were under? This is what the king of Israel said. Ready?
And the king of Israel said, Alas, that the Most High hath called these 3 kings together to deliver them into the hand of Moab.
And that word their Lord is what? The Tetragrammaton. So they were under what? The Most High's name, not Baal, not Asheroth, right? So keep that in mind. So here you have the house of Judah and the house of Israel with the house of Edom in the name of. So just because you see some Edomites with that name doesn't mean it's the devil. I'm gonna bring more receipts. But we're gonna take one baby step because, you know, what I did in 12 years, I'm not gonna be doing in one episode. I have to unpack little by little. So that's why I'm gonna be all the nonsense I was teaching, or anything that I was teaching that was nonsense, I'm gonna reteach and correct, right? The stuff that I agree with, I'm gonna say, yeah, I still agree with that, but this I don't. And this is one of them, right? So let's continue reading, right? They're under the Lord, the Most High's name, the national God of Israel, right? Let's continue.
And the king of Israel said, but Jehoshaphat said, Is there not here a prophet of the Lord, that we may inquire of the Lord by him? And one of the king of Israel's servants answered and said, Here is Elisha, the son of Shaphat, which poured water on the hands of Elijah.
Come on.
And Jehoshaphat said, The word of the Most High is with him. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him.
So this was an official campaign with a united front with the northern and the southern and Edom uniting under the God of Israel. That's why they're looking for a prophet of the God of Israel. So stay that in mind. Keep that in mind. That's important. Because my ex-beloved brother Ricard says, oh yeah, that's when Israel went off and started worshiping other gods. That's the reason why you see that name there. That's delusional and pseudo. That's a desperate attempt because this is direct evidence, direct source that the national name of Israel's God was the Tetragrammaton. His ego would not allow him to admit that. So he had to come up with any cockamanian, unintelligent, laughable theory. And this is the reason why Brother Ricard is never going to get to a certain level. Because the scholarship is not there, bro. And your claim is too big for you to maintain that level of respect once they find out of what are you saying? What happened here? Every member of the GOCC will be a laughing stock. It's only a matter of time. These things will go viral. That's why Ricard's never going to go to a certain level. He's going to stay. No one's going to be, once he started going into, I don't know if you guys remember, right? If you guys remember, you know what? Because I go all over the place. Let me finish at least this because I want to finish with the Moabite stuff, right? Let's continue reading.
And Elisha said unto the king of Israel, What have I to do with thee? Get thee to the prophets of thy father, and to the prophets of thy mother. And the king of Israel said unto him,
Well, hold on. So the prophet of the Lord said, hey, what you got to do with me, brother? What's going on? I thought because remember, there was a separation between the tribes. So there was some tension there between the prophets of Judah with the so-called prophets of Israel. So the prophet of Judah was like, hey, what you have to do with me? Right? Matter of fact, let me continue because I'm trying to get into habit not reading the King James. Where we left off, 16, 17? One man you shall reign. Where we left off, I'm sorry.
I think it was more. Go up some more.
Yeah,
right
for the
there,
word of the Lord.
right there.
Okay.
It's right. It's
Okay.
13.
13. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's read that again.
Now Elisha said to the king of Israel, What do I have to do with you? Go to the prophets of your father and to the prophets of your mother. And the king of Israel said to him, No, for the Most High hath called these 3 kings together to give them into the hand of Moab.
So hold on. Who said that? Read that again from on top.
Now Elisha said to the king of Israel, What do I have to do with you? Go to the prophets of your father and to the prophets of your mother. And the king of Israel said to him,
Now, the king of Israel said to him, not the Most High, not the prophet Elijah was saying this, right? But the king of Israel. He says, no, for the Lord, he's speaking in the behalf of the Most High, the national name of God. The Lord called these 3 kings together to give them unto the hand of Moab. That's why they lost. Let's continue reading.
Elisha said, As the Most High of hosts lives, before whom I stand, were it not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, I would not look at you nor see you. But now bring me a minstrel. And it came about when the minstrel played that the hand of the Most High came upon him. He said, Thus saith the Most High, make this valley full of trenches. For thus saith the Most High, you shall not see wind, nor shall you see rain, yet the valley shall be filled with water, so that ye shall drink, both you and your cattle and your beasts. This is what
so when you read this story, he kind of told them you're going to lose this war in a cryptic kind of way, because they kind of keep reading. It's kind of like a funny thing, but he was saying, yeah, you're not going to be successful, but he told them in a cryptic kind of way. Let's continue.
This is but a slight thing in the sight of the Most High. He will also give the Moabites into your hand. Then you shall strike every fortified city and every choice city, and fell every good tree, and stop all springs of water, and mar every good piece of land with stones. It happened in the morning about the time of offering the sacrifice, that behold, water came by the way of Edom, and the country was filled with water.
And I think that story is connected to the thing with the prophecy that says, because there's a lot of commentary on what he meant here, and I want to get into that he was telling you're going to not succeed, but in the verse 18 was a future prophecy. But that's different. I don't want to digress because they lost this fight, and it's going to show you that. Right, let's continue. Verse
now
19.
all of them 19 you want me to read it again? Because I read 19 and 20. I was on 21.
Oh, okay, 21. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Now all the Moabites heard that the kings had come up to fight against them, and all who were able to put on armor and odor were summoned and stood on the border. They rose early in the morning, and the sun shone on the water, and the Moabites saw the water opposite them as red as blood. Then they said, This is blood. The kings have surely fought together, and they have slain one another. Now therefore Moab to the spoil. But when they came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites arose and struck the Moabites, so that they fled before them, and they went forward into the land, slaughtering the Moabites. Thus they destroyed the cities, and each one threw a stone on every piece of good land and filled it. So they stopped all the springs of water and felled all the good trees, until in Keresheth only they left its stones. However, the slingers went about it and struck it.
So they were winning. They were getting victory. They were winning. Right? Let's continue.
When the king of Moab saw that the battle was too fierce for him, he took with him 700 men who drew swords to break through to the king of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his oldest son, who was to reign in his place, and offered him as a burnt offering on the wall. And there came great wrath against Israel, and they departed from him and returned to their own land.
Now, in our version, when it says, and they came great wrath against Israel, we didn't record that, but Kamash recorded it. What happened? What was the great wrath against Israel? So let's read it. Right? So this is the Mesha Stele, right? let's read. So let's read the introduction one more time, and then we're going to read the Stele.
The Mesha Stele details the victories of King Mesha of Moab over the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. It was found at Debon, the capital of Moab, and dated to the 9th century BCE. The stone contains 34 lines of text, which have been translated into English. The italicized portions of the text, though likely are not certain, bracketed words and letters represent restorations of the text. The dots between the brackets indicate places where text is missing. Words in parentheses have been added for clarity but do not appear in the original text.
Okay, so let's start, and we're going to skim through it.
I am Mesha, son of Chemosh, king of Moab, the Debonite. My father ruled over Moab 30 years, and I ruled after my father. I made his high place for Chemosh in Kerahah, high place of high place of salvation. For he saved me from all the kings and made me enjoy the sight of my enemies. Omri, king of Israel, oppressed Moab for a long time.
And guess what? That word there is Yeshua. Because the Moabite stone was referred in ancient Paleo Hebrew, because ancient Paleo Hebrew was a regional language that multiple people spoke. So it's nothing special unless you use it. It's how you use it. It's the context of the Hebrew word, not the Hebrew word itself. Right? Let's continue.
Omri, king of Israel, oppressed Moab for a long time because Chemosh was angry with his country. His son succeeded him, and he also declared, I will oppress Moab in my days. He declared thus. But I enjoyed his view and that of his house. Israel was destroyed forever. Omri had taken possession of the land.
So now, the great wrath that came against Israel is recorded in Kamash, or the Moabite stone, which is mashing this full story together beautifully. You can't get any more direct evidence receipt from this, guys. And you're gonna tell me that you're still wondering what is the God of Israel is? Common sense. We got to bring common sense back to the Christian community. We got to bring common sense. The Hebrew Israelite community, we got to bring common sense to Bible believers. Let's continue reading.
Of Madaba, and he dwelt in it during his days, and during half of my days, his sons, 40 years. But Chemosh restored it during my days. I built Baal-Meon, and I made a reservoir in it. I built Kiriath-Jearim. The men of Gad dwelt in the land of Atarat from ancient times, and the king of Israel had built Atarat. But I fought against the city and took it. I killed the entire population. The city belonged to Chemosh and to Moab, and I brought back from there the hearth altar of his well-beloved, and I installed it before Chemosh in my capital. I settled there the men of Chiron.
So
and
remember,
the men of,
so if Israel had conquered that area, do you think they're going to have Yahweh temples in that area? Yes, they are. But because Israel was worshiping multiple gods simultaneously, that's why the God or the prophet of the God of Israel, or the God of the house of David, was criticizing him, because they know he was doing that. But he was still part of the nation of Israel, and the national God of the nation of Israel is the Tetragrammaton. Right? Let's continue.
Installed it before Chemosh in my capital. I settled there the men of Sharon and the men of Maharat. Chemosh said to me, go, take Nebo from Israel. I went in the night, and I fought there from dawn until noon. I took it and killed everyone, 7,000 men, boys, women, daughters, and pregnant women, because I devoted it to Ashtar Chemosh. I took from there the hearth, altars of Yahweh.
Now, hold on. The word altar there It's italics because that word is missing. I have heard multiple different theories in what other scholars have suggested that this is, some say vessel, altered, others say people, the people of Yahweh, and I brought them before Kamash, the king of Israel, had built. So meaning he brought the elite. So people argue and debate what it is. You usually will either see vessels or altars. Now, this altar of Yahweh was what? The national name of God of the Israelites that was all over the place. Yes, Israel not supposed to do that, but they were doing it anyway. And that's the reason why that prophet was upset at him. That's the reason why archaeologists find, like, wait a minute, Yahweh was worshiped everywhere in the way that it was commanded in the Bible. And archaeologists now seeing that, second witness that the Most High's name is the Tetragrammaton. Ricard, you out of here, bro. I'm sorry. You out of here. You're going to be continue embarrassing yourself and the community because you don't know what the heck you're talking about. And nobody's stopping you, so you're going to keep going because you think that this measly success that you're having is the validation that you're right. Let's continue reading.
I took from there the hearth altars of Yahweh, and I brought them before Chemosh. The king of Israel had built Yahaz, and he lived there while fighting against me. But Chemosh drove him out before me. I took 200 men of Moab, all its divisions, and I led them against Yahaz. I took it to add it to Debunk. I built Querhiah, the wall of its parts, and the wall of the citadel. I built its gates, its towers, and a royal palace. I made the retaining walls of the water reservoir within the city. There had not been a cistern within the city in Querhiah, and I said to all the people, build for yourselves a cistern, each one in his house. I had Querhiah's ditches dug by Israelite prisoners.
So remember, they're recovering because Israel was winning the war. And then what happened, Kamash sacrificed his son to Moloch, right, to his god, or Kamash, excuse me, and that's when things began to turn around. And that in the Bible, it says, and great evil came upon Israel, but it did not record it. The Moabite stones did. See? This is how, when you do common sense, basic, direct evidence, if we're going to be dealing in this scholarship level type of thinking, we got to go by the rules. We just cannot dismiss something when it doesn't, fit our narrative. We can be like the evolutionist, religionist folks that believe in evolution at all costs, despite all the evidence that points against it, that there's a creator. Right? Let's continue.
I had...
Matter of fact, I want you to pick it up at verse 30.
Okay. The temple of Madaba, the temple of Dabalatin, and the temple of Baal Meon.
Wait a minute. So you know how Ricard keeps saying that Baal and Yahweh are the same God? No, they're not. And this is primary evidence they're not. The whole thing that, the Canaanite Baal God turned into Yahweh. No, he didn't. That's all theory. This proves all of that. This proves all of that. Right? Keep reading.
In the temple of Baal Meon, I transported there the small cattle of the land. The house of David dwelt in Horror.
So this was a campaign. Kamash was fighting against the capital of Israel, the entire nation of Israel, the capital of David. So you could get out of here with all that talking about, this is Baal, and that's when Israel went off. No, it didn't, because in the actual story confirmed that they were under the name of the God of Israel. And the prophet of the Lord prophesied to them and tell them what is going to happen. And that's the reason why they went to war. Under the name and guidance and hedge or authority of the God of Israel. And you're gonna tell me, oh yeah, that's when Israel went off and started worshiping, a Baal. If Rakar is telling the truth and God really revealed this name to him, this particular Moabite stone should have Ahayah instead of Yahweh, if he was telling the truth. Because according to his theology, he says that the Masoretes took out this name and yada, yada, yada. This is way before the Masoretes. This is First Temple history. First Temple history. Not Second Temple, not, Dark Ages, not the Maccabees time. First Temple. You guys could believe whatever you want, but for me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord. We're going to follow what's in the Bible. We're not going to complicate it and be like, oh, yeah, well, the name Yahweh, that's not really God. You're not seeing what you're really seeing. You're not reading what you're really reading. Like that ex-employee from Alex Jones, that Alex Jones just wanted to just, create this fantasy and create this illusion of whatever he wants. Let's continue. What else we got?
And
Kamash said to me, yep, go ahead.
Yep. And Kamash said to me, go down, fight against Horanian. I went down, fought against the city and took it. Shamash restored it in my days, and I made up 10. And
then that's it, right? So there you have it, folks. The Moabite stone, the oldest artifact, primary evidence, First Temple time period with the name of the God of the Israelites, who happened to be the God of the universe. I'm going to go that route. I'm going to follow what's in the Bible. I'm going to follow what's in the Moabite stones. I'm going to follow what is in the silver scroll that was discovered, and that name too. I'm going to go with the evidence, not with some theory that some dude made up. With all due respect, we should be better than this. A guy like Ricard should not be surviving and thriving this long teaching pseudoscience, man. Pseudo-religion.
Yeah, I got a question, Elder.
Go ahead, sir.
So, and I think you may have already pulled this up in one of the videos, but the whole concept of saying Lord and God, I'm thinking the GOCC, they condemn that, but also I was given some sources. I think it was in like the Strongs that the when you say the name Lord, it means Baal, and then God means like God of fortune. So is that like incorrect as well?
What I'm saying is that is how they get you, because the word Lord, Baal, it could be referred to a woman talking to her husband. And the problem is that we're looking at this language that you could say set apart, referring to someone who is a holy man, and use that same language with different vowel points, right? To understand the difference, to a sodomite. So that's how you use it. But
okay.
we are here in the West, and we got this hocus pocus. You can't say that word because an evil genius is going to come up the bed. There's a lot of, paranoia and everything afraid of your shadows type of mentality within GOCC. And Ricard is the number one culprit for that. Don't go outside by yourself, brother. Don't leave the church. Stay right here. Don't say this name. This guy's demons. This is spirit. This is the devil. Don't. So he's a dangerous man. He doesn't even know how dangerous he is, because he thinks he's doing good things. But all he's doing is just creating a fear mongering to just keep people self-conscious about even saying words like Lord. I could show you words where they use that word to describe the God of Israel too. They use the word, literal, the word Lord to talk about the Lord of Israel, which essentially Lord, Master. That's all. So don't get caught up with these crazy conspiracy theories that would try to scare you, and before you know it, you're not even speaking any words because anything could be a spirit. Anything could be, And that's how these court leaders operate. They got to put fear on you. So this is the thing that I'm talking about in regards of these pseudo teachings. So let's go to my ex-pseudo teaching, what I was teaching back in the days, right? So this is what I brought out, right? And this is how desperate I need to go and to try to find Ahayah somewhere, right? So let's read this real quick.
What is the meaning of my name, Lord? I did not make, what is the meaning of my name, Lord? I did not make known to them. This conveys a great honor and kindness with which God treated Moses, declaring, I am who am. He disclosed to Moses the name he had never revealed to the patriarchs. Among the Hebrews, this is known as the unspoken name. They are forbidden to utter it aloud. It is written in 4 consonants, and so they speak of it as the Tetragrammaton. This name was also inscribed on a plate of gold worn on the forehead of the high priest and bound to his head with a fillet. The Samaritans call it Ibe, Yahweh, or Yahweh. The Jews, I, or Aya, or Ayah.
So the I and the A, some scholars believe it could have been a short version of the word Yah, the name Yah. Then you got the root word Hayah. Now, me in my desperate attempt, the lesson that I did that I'm going to debunk is that I was so desperate to find Ahayah anywhere, I would take a vow. I would take a maybe. Because remember, it says the Samaritans call it Abi or Abba, Abi, which is what the writers are believing it could be referring to Yahweh or Yahweh. The Jews call him what many scholars believe is a short version of Yah, or these are theories, Yah, Hayah, or Ayah, or Ayah. That's another variation. These are theories that the writers are writing, but I'm so desperate to find Hayah or Hayah anywhere, I show this to the audience to say, look, that could have been his name too. It's a desperate attempt, right? When in the book of Josephus, he records that the Samaritans who eventually was worshiping a mixed, because remember, they when you're going back to let's keep reading. Read 34 real quick and 35.
To this day, they do according
I'm sorry, go ahead.
to the earlier customs. They do not fear the Most High, nor do they follow their statutes, or their ordinances, or the law, or the commandments which the Most High commanded the sons of Jacob, whom he named Israel.
Meaning they were doing it wrong, right?
With whom the Most High made a covenant and commanded them, saying, you shall not fear other gods, nor bow down yourselves to them, nor serve them, nor sacrifice to them.
So that's the reason why the other gods was always mentioned, because we was always worshiping the God of Israel with other God. Our God is like, no, I'm a jealous God. I'm not going to share you with other gods. You're my wife. You're my bride. And that was always the thing. It was never either or. It was I want you, the Most High. I want you, Abanawa, but I also want Baal. I also want Azareth. That was the problem with Israel. And when you look at the literature, when you read it again, and now when you understand with this revision of history, you can say, now I get it, the beef. Our God was just a jealous husband, and we were just whores, sleeping around with everybody. But we were still sleeping with him, though, our husband, but also having a side husband, side boyfriend, side this. Because I heard this guy, he could give me some, money. He could give me some riches. I could expand my business. I could expand. We got greedy. We got superstitious. Our God, to receive his blessings, we got to do all these moral commandments. I got a cheat code. I got a, what's that word? A loophole. That's what's going on. Let's get reading. It's going to show you that.
With whom the Most High made a covenant and commanded them, saying, you shall not fear other gods, nor bow down yourselves to them, nor serve them, nor sacrifice to them. But the Most High...
Why are you doing this to me? While you're doing this with me, if you bow down to me and serving me, you cannot do it with anybody else. And that was the main crime with Israel. Right? Start at verse 39.
But the Most High your power you shall fear, and he will deliver you from the hand of all your enemies. However, they did not listen, but they did according to their earlier customs. So while these nations feared the Most High, they also served their idols, their children likewise, and their grandchildren, and their fathers did. So they do to this day.
Doing the same thing that the northern tribes were doing. They were fearing the Most High, but the Most High was like, nope, you either going to fear me only, or I'm going to kick you out of my house. I'm going to kick you out of Israel. And that's what happened. So if you see a mixture of Yahweh and Asherah and Baal and in practice and mixture of temples, we just read that in the Bible and we read that in archaeology findings. So what do you want from me? To just throw all this information away and be like, no, I'm going to throw away Baal. I'm going to throw away Yahweh. Because I saw this video with scary music. We got to stop that, man. We got to stop that. On the fact, you got to remember this conversation. You got to remember this conversation with Elder Ricard and the brother passed away, Michael Eisler, well-renowned, biblical historian, right? Was an American Old Testament scholar and Christian author with training in ancient history and Semitic languages and the Hebrew Bible, right? From the University of Pennsylvania, University of Washington, right? And experience with the works of, it goes into, he has a plethora of works. You guys can look it up, the little debate or little conversation, right? And let's see what the world is thinking of the Church of GOCC. He did an article. He passed away a few years ago out of, I think, cancer. He was struggling for cancer for a while, right? I bet you some of the GOCC members, they're going to be like, well, he died because he went against that elder. No, he did. He was dealing with cancer. But look what he wrote. Look what this guy that's well-respected, his experience with the people having the truth, right? Let's read this real quick. There's an article he read in 2013.
Anti-Semitic Bible study. Okay. I often asked about the true pronunciation of the divine name or the authentic meaning of Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton. I've often wondered why people care. Why is it that they can't be content with the scholarly convention of Yahweh in this regard, especially if they aren't scholars? The people who typically argue about such things, I got at least one answer to this question this week, as a guest on an internet podcast, and it turned my stomach. I normally reserve a post like this for my other blog, Halo Babble, but since this story involves explaining the Tetragrammaton, I'm posting it here. Please bear with me. I know this is unfamiliar fodder for this blog. Anti-Semitic conspiracy as a hermeneutic. I was guest this week on a blog talk radio show called Search Engine International. It's apparently out of the UK. The hosts were two men who refer to themselves as Elder Rakah and Brother Gaja. The show is ostensibly some sort of Christian broadcast, but these two are committed to anti-Semitic thinking. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I was basically on the show so they could teach me the great truth that the name Yahweh had been inserted into the Old Testament by some sort of ancient demonic conspiracy, and that this name actually pointed to Baal. Consequently, Yahweh is a false god, and so the Jews are worshiping an evil entity and presumably are therefore evil. The real name of God was Ahayah. This pronunciation tells you they couldn't read the biblical Hebrew text, but bear with me. I know some of you will think this is just Gnosticism, but it is more complicated or dumber than that. The hosts dance around their nutty idea for about 40 minutes of the hour interview. That alone tells you something. Watch how to be coy if what you think is legitimate. But as soon as Elder Ricard quoted from a book by Henry McColl, I knew where they were headed. Henry McColl is the force behind a website that promotes the truth of the protocols of the Elders of Zion, an anti-Semitic propaganda hoax that promotes the idea of a Jewish plan for global control. Wikipedia is worth a quick reference here for those to whom the protocol is new. It was first published in Russia in 1903, translated into multiple languages, and disseminated internationally in the early part of the 20th century.
And that's the reason, this is the reason why we as a community never going to be respected until we go away from these conspiracy books and things. Listen, the Elders Protocol of Zion, there may be some truth in that, I believe it is, but it's not recognized in academia. So when you're in academia, we could do well there if we get in and infiltrate it and work within the system, right, that has been established. So we're going to get that respect. So we're not out here, debating these conversations and bringing out these pseudo unrecognized, like Ricard should have known which scholars this individual, this particular scholar will recognize or even respect. This is embarrassing. And instead of, and I know a lot of the people are going to say, oh, you, with the Jewish power, you sold out to the white man. Oh, you taking the Esau side and all that. Stop it, man. I'm done with all that. If Ricard was wrong, he was wrong, period, man. He can't get mad at the people thinking he's crazy because he's saying crazy things. Come on, guys. Let's stop pretending that what we're not seeing is not what we're seeing. We're seeing right before our eyes a man becoming unhinged. Or a man that's always been unhinged, that now the walls are creeping up on him. And listen, if he wants to throw himself out the window, I'm talking to you guys. Now, for the rest of your life, you have to defend Ahayah to your family, to your co-workers. And trust me, this thing is going to eventually get out. It's not going to stay dormant in our community. Ricard's going to he's going to become famous for the guy that, is claiming that God revealed the true name of the creator and it's been hidden for 2,000 years. And they're going to be putting mics in his hand and they're going to making fun of him. And he's going to be a joke to society while everybody in GOCC dealing with that pressure of trying to defend a name that does not exist. Let it go, guys. Let it go, please. Ricard, he's going to do whatever he's do. But by you continue watching that nonsense is empowering him because he's delusional. He believes in this stuff. He's the only one. Get off this ride, man. Get off this thing. It's stupid. It's not edifying to the body. It's not based on really facts. It's based on a long theory. If this would have even have any name closer to Ahayah and the Moabite stone, it would have been so done deal. Ricard, we got it. It mentioned the house of David. We could see that this was a united front against the entire nation of Israel. And they mentioned the name Yahweh in the text. Let's keep reading.
All right. Where am I at here?
Because listen, we already are talking about controversial stuff already. They don't want us to be the Jews. They don't want us to be God's chosen people already. So if you just keep your message closest as possible to the book, you will never fail. You will never have any issues. But once you start coming up with these crazy theories, and you convince 1, 2, 3, before you know it, these bunch of crazies running around calling a name that does not exist. Let me show you guys again, right? And watch out for these books that Ricardo always bring out. Look, they know God's name. Listen, this is a much evil. I mean, this is a medieval scenario that they made up this. This does not exist in the Bible. Ahayah is not the greatest or the highest name and all that. You know why? I want to tell you why. I'm going to show you something. All right, let me show you something real quick, right? Let me go over here. You know why that's not true? You know why that's been proven true? Because all through the Bible, that name is there. What is that? What is it? Let me go. Let me start. Let me go back. Right? I will be. I will be. Look, Ahayah, I will be. 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 There it is. I'm just catching up to Job right now. I'm going to count every single time Ahayah is there. And remarkably, it's not a name because the Bible didn't create it. It didn't call it a name. It was a verb. It was a verb. It means just, I will be. That's it. But stubborn, you just got to, nope. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not denying what I'm seeing in front of me anymore. Because some dude telling me, that's not what you supposed to be there. They hit it 1,000 years ago. Guys, please, man. We got to get away out of this clown show over here, man. We're becoming clowns over here.
Can I say something, Elder?
Yes, please.
So when you just brought up the I will be in the different places in the scriptures, what you're saying is that if that was the authentic name, it wouldn't be attributed to these different areas. It would just be a singular.
Yeah, because the way to know how a community views a word or a phrase, you see how often they use it, when they use it, how they use it, and why they use it. And when you see in the Hebrew language, that was never considered a name because you never see a name. Yah is more of a name than Ahayah. because at least we could see that as a name. I believe not what I believe, this is what I know to be true because this is what I read in the Bible. When the Most High when Moses asked God his name, God says, I am that I am. Further, you will tell the children of Israel, I am has sent me. Furthermore, you will tell them, Yahweh, or Yahweh, or Yahuwah, or Yahawah, there's 4 letters, is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This is my name forever. But Ahayah was used in every area. So listen, if the Tetragrammaton is not God's name, it doesn't prove that Ahayah is God's name because we have this problem all through the text. That the name or the verb never was used as a name. So the concept of it being a name will have to exist within the language itself. Not some Gnostic Jewish people from Europe about 1,400 years ago, 500 years ago, developing this Kabbalah magic book concept and said, we're going to say that God has multiple names. We're going to say God was, Elohim and Elohim and El Shaddai, and that every name has a different thing. Oh, you know what? We're going to also choose Ahayah as a name. Man came up with that. But God himself said, Yahweh, your God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, this is my name forever. That's in the scripture. And no, I'm not going to allow any man with no evidence, 0 evidence, that they inserted that. It's an assumption. That's why James White told them, you're just dealing with an assumption. You're not dealing, this is not even worth my time over here. And it's going to happen, guys. It's going to be that right interview with the right interviewee, and they're gonna embarrass Ricard. They're gonna embarrass this dude. That's why he's never gonna elevate. He's always gonna keep low base individuals that don't know anything about the Hebrew culture and language, and just say, "Well, he sounds good, so I'm gonna listen to him." Anybody want to come in? Let's have a conversation, right? But this whole desperate attempt of me trying to prove that Jupiter is Yahweh, yeah, because that was a desperate attempt. That was a desperate try to grasp something when there's nothing there. What do you got in regards to the comments? What we seeing there in the comment, brother Dan?
Yes, sir. So we were getting some interesting stuff in here. I do like this one. It says, "Does anybody here call their biological father by his name? The Most High is okay with Abba Nawa." End of story. And that is, that's okay because when we pray, Christ said, when you pray, say, "Our Father who art in heaven." So that's not the issue. The issue is that whenever a person is saying that, no, this name is demonic, and they don't have the proof to make that claim. And so then brainwash a whole bunch of people to dive into that. But I do agree with that. It's okay for us to call the Most High Father. Yeah. There is this guy on here, the Most High 144. He is speaking very strongly.
So tell him to come on. Let's have a conversation. Please don't curse, and let's have a conversation. But I'm dealing with facts. I want to hear your theory. Yeah, I want to hear your theory. I'm just curious what's out there. But guys, we have to come back to common sense. We have been the laughingstock of the Christian community. And, people are catching up to these guys. Like, let me give you guys an example, right? Why this is not just about Ricard. So I want to play this video, right?
But before you do, Elder, did you already throw the link in the chat? Because, okay, you already threw it in there?
It's really in the chat. I could do it again. It's in the comment section. Let me throw it in there real quick, or let me throw it in there again so those could see it. Okay. And there it is right there. There's the link if you guys want to see it. Okay. So let me play this video, right? And this is something that I even have to break away from the other breakdowns that I was taught from One West that is clearly pseudo, and this is one of them. John 3:16. Right? So God forever loved the world. Even when I was in GOCC, I was teaching, well, that was the world of Israel. Wrong. That's pseudo. And why is it important? Let's look at this video, fair use. This is and that's why this is important, because this toxic, racist, Israelite supremacist nonsense is now being spread in Africa. And I'm committing, or I'm pleading with all the African country, kick these people out of your country. I think France already did that. I think France kicked out Israel United in Christ out of their country, I heard. Smart. Don't let these people spread this racist, black supremacist nonsense. Demo doctrine. They're going to head everybody to hell. Because, see, Nathaniel is smart. You know, he dropped the Hebrew language. He dropped the Yahawah name. He dropped the Shield of David. He kept it more simple, but he kept the racist doctrine, though. So now we don't have to argue or debate about the name with this guy, because he that's what he did, right? So I think we got somebody in. So let's bring in what they got to talk, what they got to say. Unmute your phone. Brother Gabar, I believe. What you got to add to this conversation? Unmute your phone on your end. I think you're good now, Brother Gabar. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Great.
We had you and I had a conversation a couple nights ago.
Yes. How we doing, sir?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good.
I just wanted to say, you and I had discussed this about the name and everything like that, right? And really having a full understanding. There's people out there that look like us that have a full understanding of the Hebrew that's spoken now. So I guess what's bothering me now, right, for so long, 14 years, I've been praying to Ahayah and Yeshaya. Then I'm finding out that the name Yeshaya is actually also tied to Metatron and things like that. So I guess it's where I think that while we figured out our heritage, right, that we're Hebrews, we went away from the one thing that got us to where we were at, which is, calling on Jesus and God and saying all of these things until we know with a certainty, right? So I think that anybody that's been going through all the stuff that's been going through with GOCC and stuff like that, I think it's best that we just go back to basics. I feel we need to go back to basics, right? With the new knowledge that we know, and just go back to basics for now and pray that we can all come to an understanding and an agreement on what the name is, if we ever get it before Christ returns. But
because listen, something that is true doesn't have to go through all these obstacles for it to be proven, right? So when something is not true, that's the reason why, since Ricard came out with this idea in 2001, I think he came up with this idea, it has been proven throughout time. It has been challenged, right? So now, when it first came out, the internet and that this type of accessibility to other records was not available. Now it is. So now it's being challenged and it's coming short. So we could do two things as a community. We could continue calling upon that name and looking for evidence, or go back to basic and say, you know what? We're going to follow what's in the Bible.
Correct.
And then if new information comes up that we're wrong and the information in the Bible was wrong, okay, we'll change it. But I'm not going to go backwards. I'm not going to say the information in the Bible is wrong because I think this information that I cannot prove is right. It's asinine.
Correct.
It's not right. It's not it's illogical. But go ahead, brother.
Right. And if we remember, basically speaking, God said he was going to leave us a testimony. It's that book. It's the Bible. It's been translated in many different languages, but it's still the same book, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
So if we just stick to that, I don't see how, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't believe I allowed myself, because I grew up in the church, grandmother was an archbishop, like deep in the church, right? And then I came to this truth, and I didn't lose myself per se, but it kind of made me a behind to other people, right? Like looking at other people differently.
Yeah.
But it's the same people that I've grown up with, you know what I mean? And they're still the same peaceful people. So was it me or was it them? Because it was never them. They still stayed the course, right? They still believed in the Bible that you treat all men equally and fairly, things like that.
Yeah. So
it's only because we got a little more information, a little more knowledge, that we believe that we were better than these quote unquote Christians when they were following the true gospel and the true doctrine of being neighborly. Love your God as you love yourself, and love your neighbor.
Right.
And once you stick to
it's like this. It's like this. Just because Christianity has been wrong in a lot of things doesn't mean we're right in everything.
Mm-hmm.
We could be wrong. They could be wrong. Coinciding with the Bible when Paul says, "Let every man be a liar and let God be true." So ultimately, when it's a debate, what does the Bible says? Until we find actually undisputable proof that God's name is Ahayah, I'm gonna go what's in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go what's in the Bible, bro. I'm not dealing with this monkey show anymore. I'm not dealing with this crazy conspiracy theory. Don't send me any more Alex Jones video. I don't want to hear. Listen, I'm staying with the Bible. I'm gonna keep
Can
it
I
safe.
say something, Elder?
Yes, please.
So there's a comment up here, and it's sticking to what we're talking about. Where is it at? It says, maybe it's just better to stick with the names Most High in Christ. It's so confusing. And this shouldn't be confusing when you're under the foundation that we're all still trying to figure it out. And so right now, all we're doing is saying, okay, this is the rules of engagement. One of the rules of engagement should not be demonizing the name that we see consistently throughout archaeology, literature, and it should be it should be respected just as, if you want to stick with Ahayah, it should be respected just as Ahayah is respected. That's kind of the rules of engagement that Elder is laying out now.
Right. Like I could understand somebody say, I'm gonna call upon Ahayah because it's in the Tetragrammaton's vocalization vowel points has been lost, so we don't know the proper pronunciation, and I don't want to misquote or mispronounce God's name because I respect it so much. So I'm gonna use an alternative, and I want to use Ahayah. Okay. As long as you are not out here, look at this video, this 3-hour video about Yahweh being the devil, and I'm not dealing with that nonsense anymore. We need to be more mature, and start with this, Yeah, what we got here?
It says, Daniel, you're 100% right. The problem is that people are saying their name is the only good name. Gabar is going a step further and saying Ahayah is trash. Again, H3068 in the Strongs. And this is he wanted to pull up, or she wanted to pull up H3068. Daniel,
hold on. But hold on. Let's recap. Wasn't you calling Yahweh trash? Wasn't you calling Yahweh Jupiter and at least that is a name in the Bible. Ahayah is not even found in the Bible as a name. It was come up. The only time it registers a name is in the Kabbalah years later. And all I'm saying is it's not a name. I'm not saying it's trash. I'm not saying when a Hebrew man or woman says I will be, I'm just saying that's not a name. And the reason why is I don't read in the Bible as a name. Emmanuel is a better name or a better choice to pick than Yeshaya. At least Emmanuel is in the Bible. Come on, guys, let's stop. Come back to common sense. Common sense.
Wow.
Keep it. Go ahead.
He just made sense. So you just made sense. You just really, I'm mind blown right now. Because you said when people say I will be who I will be, or I am that I am, he's just telling Moses, he said, tell the children of Israel that the God of your fathers hath sent you. He's just saying, I am who I am. Don't worry about all of that. Just go tell the children of Israel that the God of your fathers has sent you to them.
Right.
That was wow.
And the reason why I think the mystery, the name is always going to be kind of like a mystery or surrounding around mystery is because we ain't supposed to really, there's no way a name that could really define the creator like that. So the word name can mean reputation or what people know you as, right? Or your name. And I think God wanted us to know his reputation, focus more on that versus arguing about these things that we're never going to really know. And then when it's all said and done, that isn't the name in the Bible. That is the name all through archaeology. Ahayah is not nowhere outside of other religious books that came in much later that are creation of men. If I decided to say God's name is Ralph and I write it down and I change the writings of God's name to Ralph, doesn't make it true. If I say, I think I'm going to do the super tree of life and good and evil, and I think God has 22 names like the Hebrew alphabet, and I'm going to look for it, and I make up something, doesn't make it true. And we have to separate true scholarship from conspiracy accusation and using scholarship to just bring forth their agenda. Scholarship supposed to be a thing that it doesn't give you answers, it eliminates questions. Why? Because when you find an artifact and you're trying to figure out what it is, and you start chopping down the possibilities in what it may be, by trying to find out what it is, you could find out what it's not. So when Ricard was saying Yahweh and Baal are the same God, and you find a primary source like the Moabite stone showing the temple of Yahweh, the temple of, they took the vessel of Yahweh and also talking about the temple of Baal. And that also proved the Moabite stone that multi-God temples was all over the place, confirming the Bible and confirming the archaeology records.
Hey, Elder.
Go ahead, sir.
I want to read this for this gentleman. He says to read Strong's H. Okay, so it says, this is the outline of biblical usage. It says, Jehovah, the existing one, the proper name of the one true God, unpronounced except with the vowel pointings of H136. And then the Strong's definition is Yahawah from H1961, the self-existent or eternal. Jehovah, Jewish national name of God, Jehovah the Lord. So I think he's emphasizing the self-existence or eternal. But I don't know if I would just want you to get on here, man, so we can so you can represent yourself properly, because I'm confused as to what's going on.
The link is there. The link is there. But let me just say this: everybody's gonna have their theory, but we have to put respect back on the literature. What's in the Bible? What's literally in the Bible? So if we're gonna go, like, I'm gonna give you an example, right? If you ask me, hey, Gabar, do you think there's certain things that were asserted in the Bible? I would say yes. Can you prove it? Well, most scholars agree with me that the earlier version of the book of Mark was much shorter than the book that we see today. It stopped at verse 9. Verse 9 to 20, I believe, was added much later. And then I could explain why, yada, yada, yada. And there's different scholars, they agree with me. So I would challenge that after the book of Mark chapter 16, after the verse 9, I believe, is more something that was added much later, right? But I could give you some rationale. And there's things, and there are scholarship that agrees to me, because the way the book was written, the way people see it is that after the verse 9, you can clearly see it is like a different type of Greek, using words that did not exist at that time, but exist much later. They did analysis and to show that it was a much later addition. So you see, I'm a practical individual. I could look at it, and I could even say maybe, meaning I would say, I think it is. I'm not going to say that everything after, right? After verse 9 is trash. I'm not going to go that far, but I question it. And if I say Ahayah was trash and anytime I'm all over the place, I apologize. I don't believe it's a name. I don't believe it's ever going to be a name. I'm never ever going to accept a name. But if you're going to accept it, no problem, as long as you respect the name that I respect. And by the way, is in the Bible. That name is in the Bible. Your name is not. Your name is not. I just want to remind you that it's not. Yeah, I could hear you could send me to Strong's and all that, but collectively throughout the whole entire world, no one teaches in a scholastic level, not some Kabbalah religious thing. That's something different. I'm talking about in scholastic level, that the name Ahayah or Heya was a name. It was always utilized as a verb, to be. And I'm catching up to the entire book of I'm trying to find out how many times that is, and I'm just catching up to the book of Job. And every single time, I will be next. I will be with you. It's always I will be the one doing it. Common sense, and we just bring it back to some common sense. I know sometimes common sense is boring. I know it's not exciting, like new information nobody has. I get it. Sometimes the truth is just boring. Anything we want to say, brothers, before we end the show?
Okay, this is the last thing, and hopefully he comes on next week in regards to this point he's making. Cool. I don't necessarily call on Ahayah. I want you to see the derivatives of H3068, and Daniel H3068 is not in the AHLB.
Yes, the world understands that there is a connection with the root word Hayah and the root word Yahawah. Yes, they know there's a connection. They understand it. They understand that the Hebrew language communicates. There are connections with words and so forth, so on. And I have read a plethora of writings about that. So what? Okay, but what is the name in the Bible though? What is the name of the Mesha Stele? What is the name in? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, that's great. Because if Ricard would not be coming out with this doctrine, you will not be like, hey, I think Ahayah is God's name, until somebody put it in your brain. And because you was feeling it in the beginning because it sounded real cool and, cutting edge, you went with it. But once it got tested, Ricard becomes an article of the laughing stock of the community. He said, he called it, but it's more complicated or dumber than that. That's the what we get reference at. I was a member of that church at that point when this was written. Not, these two men are they what happened to when Christ says, don't write anything down, don't take anything in your purse. I will tell you what to say and to beguile and the wise. What happened to that? Why every single Israelite, every interview, when they start being interviewed with people with scholarship level understanding of these writings and these literature, The end result is there's something wrong with these guys, anti-Semitic, Search Engine International, this guy by the name of Elder Ricard and Brother Gadjad, and it's more complicated, it's weird, not, wow, I heard the truth today. The gospel is being spread. The prophets of the Lord. Why is it? It's never like that. Come on, guys. We have to do better, man. Let's stop promoting buffoonery within the Israelite community. And it has to stop with the heads. It has to stop with these so-called leaders coming out with all these outrageous claims that they cannot prove. And then want the world to respect them and not look at them as some crazy people. Jerry Yohana, excuse me, sir, if you're saying you're third in command in heaven, people are going to think you're mentally ill. And don't get mad when people think you're mentally ill. Ricard, when people think you're crazy and dumb.
We gotta guess.
Yeah, I see him. Logic. Yep, I see you, brother. Right? Don't get mad. If you're going to say crazy things, crazy claims, don't get mad when people call you crazy and stupid. Please. So, Brother Logic, what you got to add to this conversation? Brother Logic, are you there? Going once, going twice. Logic 1611, where are you?
I can tell he's talking, but it's not picking it up.
Yeah, it's probably not picking it up. Just keep trying. Maybe unmute your side. Maybe that's what it is. But he probably come back. But this is one of these things that we have to have a conversation. Like, I want to play this video to show you, because this is like I said, it is a problem. It's a global problem. We got to say something. Right? So he's in Africa. So this lady's bringing up the John 3:16 scripture. And this is the response of Bishop Nathaniel. Fair use.
Can he do that?
No,
No.
because someone
So
else
the
is
Bible was written by the Israelites to the Israelites. And you know what you do? Everybody on the planet is for everybody. The Israelites wrote the Bible. You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
But okay, what about the other verses they quoted?
Okay, John 3:16. Let's look at that.
Look at this
Can you
pseudo-intellectual nonsense that needs to stop. Look at how he breaks this thing down. And he thinks he's being deep here, right?
For God so loved the world, gave his only son, that whoever believes in him shall gain eternal life.
Okay, can you tell me what the verse above it says? You see, Europeans, missionaries, they took certain scriptures and forced it into the minds of the slaves. That's one of them, John 3:16. After they finished beating us, raping us, robbing us, they said, now teach them John 3:16. And all black people can quote it. But you ask them, what does the verse above it say? Oh, no.
And the problem is that these guys think they're scholars. They think they're coming with some deep. It is an embarrassment. And see, it is, they could shine when they're dealing with somebody who is like this young lady, shy, little, doesn't understand the context, what's going on. And this guy's coming with like all kinds of wannabe authority like this. He knows what he's talking about with such confidence. Like, somebody I know, Ricard, about Ahayah, with this confidence. It's illusion, bro. It's illusion. It's illusion, right? Keep watching.
They have weaponized the Bible. They took key scriptures, like we read in King Leopold, about.
So the word world doesn't mean word anymore. Universal terms no longer means universal terms. It's all asinine. And he's gonna go into let's go back to John 3. So who was speaking? Oh, it was Jesus. He was speaking to Nicodemus, and okay, so there was two Jews, right? So two Jews said everyone. So people think everyone is talking about everyone. But when it's two Jews talking about Jews, the Bible is about the Jews, and two Jews are having a conversation. So when he said everyone, who is he speaking about everyone? And then I think he takes her to a different scripture and says, everyone among you. Who's you? And she's like, Israel. And then that's how they get it. When you have someone who doesn't know what they're doing or just know about the Bible just briefly, but don't understand that this guy is a wolf. He's a hunter. He's hunting who he could manipulate. If somebody knows the scripture and has that level of understanding, nah, Negro. I remember when you used to be a beat cop. Don't try to, you ain't no scholar, Papa. No. That's not what no. You gotta know where they're coming from, and you gotta play that. You gotta understand that that's what angle they're coming from, right?
There was he was a linguist, and he was doing it for 10 years. And I watched him on TGC Ministries, Hassad and Deacon's video, and instead of Negroes, he said need to grows.
Yeah,
that was just so hilarious.
Is that arrogant because they start thinking Israel United in Christ they are the champions. It's like the top two simpleton scholarly approach to the scripture is GOCC and Israel United in Christ. Donner, Kruger, and in fact, all over the place. People are thinking that they're some scholars because they're thinking they're speaking to people that don't know yet, that they haven't figured out it yet. And right now, these men look like superheroes to them because they're going to scriptures all over the place, so they sound confident like they know what they're talking about, but they're not. We got to do better, folks. Fair use.
Teach them to read, but not to reason. That's what they've done.
He's doing exactly. He's reading and not reasoning, right?
3:16. Can you read verse 1?
Yes, sir. John chapter 3, verse 1.
We want to identify who's speaking in John 3. Go ahead.
There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews.
Go ahead.
The same came to Jesus by night and said unto him, Rabbi.
So you notice how they emphasize certain words. The rulers of the Jew. You see, Jew, brother, sister. They're already manipulated. These people are like wolves because they don't have the truth. So they have to kind of create an alternative version of the truth to make you think that, every scripture, even when a scripture says everyone in the world, all men, it's not talking about all men. Hold on, stay with me, sister. This is pseudo.
We know that thou art a teacher come from God. For no man can do these
and
miracles.
What he's doing, he's reading, right? And he's buying some time. He's looking down on the scriptures, like which scripture I could use to find a way to make her believe that this is only exclusive to Israel. This is what he's doing right now. Look at his head. Look, he's looking.
Except God be with him.
So John 3 is a conversation between who?
Jesus and the certain man that came to visit.
Who was that man? Was he Chinese?
No.
So two Jews cannot have universal term language about human salvation and human. No, that's not even possible. And look how confidently stupid this dude is. Completely wrong. Like, two Jews, right? Look.
Was a rabbi.
He was a Jew.
Yeah.
He was a Jew.
Yeah.
So it's two Jews.
Two Jews.
Having a conversation. About salvation. So now,
see how
let's start at verse 4.
All he's doing, laying out the framework. Like what's the big deal? So two Jews cannot be having, right?
Down to verse 14.
Verse 14. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up.
Give me the history on that.
Oh, Captain Gentle.
So you notice that he's laying out the groundwork to manipulate her brain, her mind, to like, maybe this Negro is telling me something, some mystery, something that's been missing. The Christian church is not telling me the truth. They're lying to me. Because listen, already, look, when you watch the video, this video is 2 hours long, 2 hours and 1 minute long, and 18 seconds. We were like halfway in 52 minutes. If you see the video, I saw the entire thing. He was already trashing and reminding this sister how bad the white man is, how bad the white religion is, how bad everything is in regards of Christendom, how wicked Christmas is, which it is. So by now, she's not trusting anything that is coming from mainline Christianity, mainline even theology. And I'm not defending mainline theology because there is something wrong with them. They did change many things.
Elder, we got Logic on the stage.
Okay, Brother Logic, can you hear me?
Shalom, can you hear me?
Okay, I could hear you. Okay, so I want to hear your thoughts, but I just want to finish this thought. I just want you to look at this masterclass of manipulation and to understand and study these guys, how these guys operate. Right? But Brother Logic, what you got to add to this?
Shalom. Great lesson. And man, it's a lot to unpack. So I'll try to be brief. First thing, one of the key things that when I originally heard the 5-hour lesson that the Elder Ricard had did, I was like, okay, yeah, this, he's adding it all in there. It all seems to make sense at that time. And one of the things that got me was he went to Exodus chapter 6, verse 3. Now, where I'm at in my studies, I know that, Exodus chapter 6, verse 3, depending on what translation you're looking at, but the one that I use, it puts that as a question, not as a statement.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is typically in the Hebrew, there's not really punctuations like that.
Yeah.
They may have a space before another thought begins, but it's not a punctuation. So when people look at that, if you're looking at it in the King James, which is that version is incorrect, it's making a statement saying that, hey, I was not known to them by this name. But if you look at it in the translation, like I'm reading here, it says, and I appeared to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov as El Shaddai, and by my name, Yahweh, was I not known to them? He's saying it as a question, like, was I not known to them by this name? Yeah. So the reason I bring that out is because that's, one of the things that people will go back and say, oh, well, he didn't address this point or he didn't address that point. Yeah. Another key thing is I recommend that the people take a Hebrew class. The brother that you had on screen earlier,
I'm taking one. Yeah, I'm taking one. And I might take his too. I might take a hit. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
And the brother Kohen Jediah Malek, his class is excellent. I took that class. And he, by learning the language, it allows your understanding to be open and you start to see things that, okay, hey, I missed that. I may have missed this. Another point for all the trolls in the chat, even those that refuse to click the link, I recommend that instead of being confrontational like I may be normally, I recommend they go back and watch the Elder Ricard versus Dr. Michael Heisner debate, which is still available on YouTube. I think they may have spoke twice. I'm not sure. I don't want to misspeak, but I know they at least spoke once. And even Dr. Michael Heisner pointed out that Tetragrammaton is pre-Masoretic. There was a man on YouTube by the name of Truth Unveiled 777. He had the biggest Israelite channel of everyone combined before YouTube drove him off. Some people may remember the brother. He used to always do those, in-depth videos.
Yeah.
And he was the first to enlighten me to say, hey, this is pre-Masoretic. Here's the problem. Here's one of the things we have in the quote unquote Israelite community, with the exception of this platform, the Men Going God's Way platform, the brother Captain Tazariak, and like what they're doing over with the brother Priest Hakai and people like that actually take questions. In general, when someone disagrees, because when I went back over there to GOCC to type in the chat, well, hey, this is pre-Masoretic, can somebody answer this? They don't like any opposing things or any opposing questions. Even though I respectfully frame it as a question, you get blocked. You get blocked because you use the name of the Most High, Yah, which I do. And that's the same reason, like I told my brother a few years ago. And now that Elder Gabar is coming out and saying the same thing, the scales come off his eyes. But I told him, I said, brother, ask yourself why you can't say hallelujah. Ask yourself why none of those people in that congregation don't praise Yah or can't say hallelujah, because they've told you that the name Yah, even though it's Psalm 68:4, they've told you that there's something wrong with it. And now you got a whole congregation that run around, been in with them 4 or 5, 10 years, however long, and that's the same amount of time they haven't been able to say hallelujah in the language that the Most High originally gave us, which is Hebrew. Because they've been, yes.
Logic. Can I just piggyback off of what you're saying right now?
Yes,
What
sir.
it reminds me of is when Elder Gabar, when he wanted to have a council, he believed that GOCC needed a council. And I believe if we would have had it 5 years ago, a lot of these debates would have been had and it would have involved the people. And then all of a sudden now we're all working together to continue moving forward to find the truth. That's not what Elder Ricard wanted. He wanted to be the supreme leader, and you can't do that. God never intended that. The high priest is Christ, and he took on that role without saying it, if that makes sense. But go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
Oh,
And all churches, when you look at all churches, that is run by one person that has like a calling. So how you become a whatever? What happened? I was doing this and this happened and God called me, and it's not healthy for someone who believes that God has called them, and then they become successful, and they are in control of everything, and they're successful, even while the church is burning down before them. Because they're successful, it gives them a forced sense of like confidence that I don't need to go outside of myself because God is with me. God is helping me. He's feeding me information. I just need to fast and pray, and he will give me the answer. And it becomes a situation that it's the person just become full of himself because he afraid that even if he listens to somebody, I'm listening to somebody outside of God because I'm only listening to God, and that God is that little voice in his head and whatever he feels that day. And it's just not healthy. It's not good for Ricard. I think this could make Ricard crazy eventually, turn insane because he doesn't want to let go control, and he thinks that God is working with him, and it's not good. It's not good for anybody. But I just where I'm at today, I'm done with the foolishness. Unless I'm gonna keep if it's not in the Bible, and you better have all kind. I mean, you better have a sign, signature of the person who you bringing out in regards to things of that nature. So we need to have these conversations because it's like these guys are working hard, right? The John 3:16. So let me just show you guys real quick the John 3:16, what I'm talking about here, right? Where I'm at now, right? John 3:16 is not talking about Israel or the world of Israel. Why? Because although it was Christ speaking to Nicodemus in John 3, it is perfectly fine for two Jews, one being the Messiah and the other one a high priest rabbi, speaking about eschatology and speaking about messianic salvation and using world or universal term. Why? Because when you go to, let's just say hypothetically, to, I don't know, Luke chapter 2, verse 30. See what that says, right? And this is, I believe, this is Anna, the prophetess, right? Or one of, I believe, and she's giving praise to the Most High because she saw Christ, the Messiah. And this is what they say, right? Let's read. Verse 30.
This is Luke chapter 2, verse 30. For my eyes have seen thy salvation, which thou hast prepared before the face of all people.
For the face of all people, right? This is universal term. And why is it okay to associate messianic terminology with global salvation, like the word world? Because it was understood within the Hebraic people that the Messiah will save humanity to bring a light to the Gentile and the glory of his people. We're just going to read it. Read it. Let's go.
A light to lighten the Gentiles and the glory of thy people Israel.
So that's a universal term. That's what it says, all people, which has prepared before the face of all people a light to the Gentiles and, and the glory of thou people Israel. That's universal term. So it was perfectly okay, not weird. You don't have to go into a big diatribe. When in the Bible it says in John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever, universal, believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. That is not talking about the world of Israel. That's talking about this planet. Right? For God did not send his son unto the world to judge the world, but that the world might be saved through him. He who believes in him is not judged. He who does not believe has been judged already, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. This is the judgment. Ready? This is the judgment, that the light, which is going to come to the Gentiles, has come unto the world, universal language, and man love the darkness, right? Rather than the light, for their deeds were evil. For everyone, universal language, who does evil hates the light and does not come to the light for fear that his deeds will be exposed. Uh-oh. That's everybody. Black, white, and brown, and indifferent, man. So don't let these knuckleheads break down these apathetic, dumb, idiotic, unintelligent, blasphemous interpretations of the Bible. The Bible doesn't need all this, let me go here, let me go there, all this explanation. When it says the world, it means the world. When it says everyone, it means everyone. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
That would negate Paul and Barnabas's whole ministry if you just leave it to Israel, because they weren't just preaching to Israel, they were preaching all over to Jew and Gentile alike. So you automatically negate Paul's ministry, which was the main part of the ministry that Christ put him over, was to go speak to the Gentiles because he could speak multiple languages.
Right.
And he knew how to reach out. He was a Pharisee. He understood the Bible, and once he got the understanding, he went to teach to the Jews and the Gentiles. So we can't leave it upon ourselves, the leaders that are saying it's just about us. Yes. Is it important that it's about us? Absolutely. But it's not just us.
Yeah.
And to add on top of that, when you read post-resurrection, I know it's in Matthew and I know it's in Mark. He literally says, preach the gospel to every creature. So it's, it's self-explanatory.
These racist Israelites has to make it difficult or make the Bible difficult, because if you just read it, it's really not difficult. Yes, there are some translation challenges you may have to go through and some explanation, but it's not this erratic thing that you have to go to 15 other verses to understand the word world and earth and everyone and all man. And that's all racist. That's all nonsense, supremacy, that it's only us and yada, yada, yada. And these people don't understand that they are rejecting the very thing that God has created them. And that is to be a light to the Gentiles. I will gather you, Israel, and it was a light thing to gather the tribes. I will also make you to be a light, to be my salvation to the end of the world. So the Gentiles are supposed to be knowing salvation through us. It's clear. Plain English.
Elder Gabar.
Yes, sir.
the brother, the sincere 144, they said, it is good advice that people consider taking a biblical Hebrew class. Real quick, my backstory. I was talking to the brother Kohen Jediah Malek, the guy you had on the screen earlier, who teaches the Hebrew, and this was a couple of years back. And he's like, so brother, do you know Hebrew? I told him, I said, yeah, man, I did the academy. And he's like, okay, brother, do you know Hebrew? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, can you read this? I'm like, no. He's like, well, can you speak it? And I'm like, no. And he's like, well, brother, he's like, they're basically kind of, just taking your money on that particular aspect.
But
my thing, and this is not.
But you didn't tell me you had a nice certificate,
Yeah, I actually I did.
You didn't show your placket. And see, and this is listen. This is the Donner Kruger in real life, because he gave you like an ABC understanding of the Hebrew alphabet. Now he gave you after the academy, you get a little certificate. Now it gives you a forced sense of confidence, because you at least know more than someone who knows nothing. Right?
Yeah.
So you're like, there's 22 characters in the Hebrew language. Yeah, I took a little course. It gives you a forced sense, because if in the same way as, look how braggadocious this dude from Israel United in Christ is looking. Look at how this dude is looking. He's looking like, got him.
And I say all that to say that, I definitely recommend, taking a course. I took his course. It's excellent, outstanding. And I recommend that maybe, I did reach out to Brother Zion Lex for you. I sent him an email and a text. So I don't know if he got back to you yet or not. I'll shoot you his email after your show. Also, I recommend maybe consider having those brothers on the show. I watched the same show you watched this past Wednesday with him on with Priest Hakai as well. And I do want to say this, and this is not, everybody knows my personality is kind of rah, 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 and I'm not trying to be like that. But the brother that came on, the elder gentleman, first he was like, yeah, I teach. And then when they asked him how long had he been teaching, and we got to stop disrespecting each other like this. And this is no shade at the brother, the elder gentleman. The elder gentleman may think that he was not in the wrong, but the elder gentleman then proceeded to say, oh, I've been studying for 6 months and I've been teaching for 2. Mm. You can't make this stuff up.
Right.
That would be like me coming saying, okay, I've seen Elder Gabar on this YouTube for the past 10 years, but hey, I went to the local Baptist church here and I'm a youth minister. I've been there for 8 months. Let me go school him on some things.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But you know what it is? Because there is no standard in the Hebrew community. Anybody could just say, you know what? I want to learn Hebrew. And after 6 months, I want to teach it. No one is going to stop them, because there's no standard. Do whatever you want. You want to call it Hebrew, call it. You want to call it, you know what I mean?
But what I'm saying though is, why do we have to disrespect each other? Why do we have to disrespect each other like that? You don't see that on none of these other shows where, say if there's Dr. Jimbo, he up there, yeah, he's breaking down something, and then another guy come out the woodwork.
No, listen, I was cringing, man. I really feel bad for that old brother. I really do. I feel bad for him, because it's like, it's a perception. That when you get taught by a One West teacher, they give you the perception like they've been holding on to, or they just discovered this new thing that, so they speak from a perspective of authority, the holy tongue set apart. Yeah. And it sounds good to the brother. I just feel bad for him, man. I just feel bad that, he just got. But I rather that happen with us, that dude would end up in some other podcast. You get what I'm saying? And they would use him to make Israelites look stupid. And you know what? That brother would not hesitate to be invited. Like, oh yeah, I'll go to the BBC and let me talk about I'm telling you, they would not. They would. they would use that, or they would consider the BBC inviting them as a sign from God that the truth is being spread. And they don't know that he's being utilized to make us look bad. And that's the reason why I'm saying this. This is the reason why I got to say it. Nobody's going to say it. I don't, at this point, man, it's too late in the game, man. I've been doing this half my life. And it hasn't been changed for the better. It's getting worse. So maybe, it's an uncomfortable conversation, but we got to have it.
Yeah, I recommend people take the class. Consider taking the, brother, Kohen Jediah Malek's class, or, maybe even brother Zion Lex, class. And, that's all I wanted to share today. And, I wanted to address that Exodus. The reason I addressed the Exodus 6:3, because someone had put it in the chat earlier. So I just wanted to, make sure, because they'll go back and say, oh, well, by his name, he was not known. But that's not what it says. People got to understand that period you see in the King James is really a question mark. And that
also,
changes
and I do believe, I read that before, and I do believe there's some strong argument that it could be a question mark. But what about if it's not? You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be unanswered questions or things that we need to really deal with.
We got
what we got? We got more people. Let me see, brother Dennis. Brother Dennis, you're there. If you could unmute your phone. But
can y'all hear me?
Brother Dennis, loud and clear. I want to hear your thoughts. Let me finish my last thought. And I truly believe that we need to say it. Hey, brother, you don't know Hebrew. You shouldn't be out. No. 5 months? Like, somebody should have stopped that dude and be like, no. You shouldn't be teaching. But I have a calling. Yahawah is talking to me. It's in my spirit. When we have a standard, oh, you want to teach Hebrew? Okay, this is the culture in our community. You got to learn Hebrew first of all, fluently, for at least 2-3 years, right? Be under a teacher, right? And then kind of, there has to be a system. There's no system. There is no culture within the culture of the Hebrew Israelites. There's no standard. Everybody's all free-for-all. Well, Brother Dennis, what you got to add to this conversation?
Yeah, I was just sitting back listening for a good while. But just even going back to the name, one of the things I noticed in scripture, like when you read the Bible, it allows us to go through the process of elimination. For example, I noticed that throughout the whole Bible, the Most High only referred to his name in singular form. It's never plural. And that's throughout the whole Bible. Is in my name, not my many names. Even when Christ gave us the prayer, he said, "Our Father, which art in heaven, holy be thy name," which means that through the process of elimination, that the Most High only has one name. What are your thoughts on that?
I believe too. Yeah, I believe that he always had one name. I believe the Bible only revealed one name. I think there's an argument that there's a short variation of his name, which is Yah. I believe all the other philosophy that God has different characteristics and so forth, so on, meaning trying to define God, because I think like the Kabbalah, it's like trying to define God, attempting to do so, but it's men coming up with different philosophy and theories. But in the Bible itself, there's no reason to believe, at least as far as God is concerned, he only has one name, and that's the Tetragrammaton. So I'm going to just go with that.
And then
go ahead.
And I think you're onto something, because
I hear echo, brother. Guess who? If you could, let me mute your situation for a minute, and then I'll bring you back. But go ahead, brother Danny.
Yeah, brother Dennis, I like what you're saying, because the Most High, he is the creator of all, so anything attached to him is going to be Quadash, is going to be holy. And so I would think that whenever he has a name, there's not going to be any pluralness in it. It's going to be a singular thought that you get from it. And And we see that even within the Strongs. So yep, that's what I got to say.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Even in Isaiah, I think Isaiah 3:14, I may be mistaken, where he says, quote unquote, for I am the Lord, that is my name. And like I say, every time the Most High mention his name, it's always in singular form. It's never plural.
Yeah.
So the thing is, he do know through the process of elimination that the Most High only has one name. Now, the bigger question is, what is his true name? That's what we are all trying to find and understand.
Right.
So I think where and I was talking with Elder a couple nights ago, and he said something that was so profound, right? Christ said, I come in the entire volume of the book. There was also something else that he said. He said, no man cometh to the Father but by me. So if we're not focused on Christ, we'll never figure any of this out. So I think that we're trying to, like when he talks about a thief trying to get in through the window or the door, I think that we're forgetting that in order for us to get the understanding, we keep forgetting the one piece. We're forgetting the key. And he's the key that opens the door, that unlocks the door. So if we focus on him and his name, I believe that all of that will be revealed when it is time for all of us. But we have to remember, we can't come unto the Father but by Christ. And that's where we need to start first.
Right, through his teachings, right, through his teachings, and not arguing about who is Christ. Is he the Son of God? Is he God? Is he this? Is he that? No, what was his teaching? The Beatitudes. What was his example? Do what he did, do what he says, and work with that rather than trying to argue about things that there's really no salvation, right? But brother, guess who? Brother, guess who? Let me try to unmute your phone. What you got to add to this conversation? Guess who?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, blessings to you, Elder Gabar. I remember, you may not remember, you may remember, or you may not, but it was around 2010. See, I'm from New York, upstate New York. Well, not really upstate, but I'm like an hour away from New York City, where you live. And me and my woman at the time came to see you, and you was very hospitable. And we came to the baptism and everything, and then into the church. And I remember talking to you. Before I say that, I just sent you like there's a link that says at Greg West 2129.
Okay.
A link of that I sent you about, and it says my video on Recall, right? And I remember when I came to your house, I expressed the concerns that I had concerning the doctrines, concerning a few things that I had a problem with concerning the teachings of the Gathering of Christ Church at that time. And you know, you was very hospitable. I met your wife and your daughter, and we all, you know, we had a good meal. And at the end of all of that, I expressed that to you, and I said, brother, I have a few issues. I have an issue with the names, not just of the Most High, but of Christ. I don't find that that to be evident. You know what I mean? Of Yeshaya and Ahayah, and the real problem I had was with the fact that he said Yahweh, or the YHWH, was the devil. And I had a problem with that. And I was like, wait a minute. I was like, no. But the real most dangerous of all of them was because there's several doctrines that I didn't agree with, and I expressed them to you. But the most dangerous of them all was the Holy Spirit was wisdom, and therefore it's a female. And I could not go with that. And there's several of them. Esau's the white man, all that. I have felt all of them. I expressed them all to you. And you know what you said to me? You said, that's not a deal breaker. And when you said that to me, I said to you, I was like, thank you very much, brother. But in my mind, I said, oh, I said, Gabar is he's a real one. And I said to myself, I said, he's not going to be there long. I said to myself, Gabar's not going to be with this organization for too long, because when you told me that that's not a deal breaker, that lets me know that your mind was open to more of
because
any truths or whatever.
because I was in love with the church at that point. I was
Yes.
in love with the romanticism of it. So I was
Yes.
like, yeah, man, it's all about. I was like a hippie, in the '60s. Yeah, man, it's all about love, because I was so in love with the church. But I did have those questions. I did have those issues. But and I think within every church, you're always going to have issues with certain doctrine that you may not agree with the pastor or whatever, or the organization. But if the organization stays close to the scripture and don't deviate, and if they're going to deviate like something that is a little odd or whatever, or even, like extra books, biblical books, okay. But once you start going as like the entire world has been deceived and I got the truth, that's when it gets dangerous, man. It just gets dangerous. And like anybody, me, you, your mother, my grandmother, my
That's right.
grandfather, everybody could get caught in the right moment, the right time, or in the wrong moment, the wrong time, with like, maybe God's name is Lucifer and we've been tricked. We're going to praise Lucifer. I'm telling you, anybody, if you present anything
True.
in the right type of light, and they catch you in the right type of space and time mindset you in, maybe Lucifer is the Most High's name. Maybe we've been lied to.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no, go ahead.
One thing I know pretty much about myself, it was like God gave me. I didn't even realize it was a gift. It was like the gift of discernment and discerning of spirits and doctrines and things like that. So when I had a close encounter with him, when I was speaking with Rakar at one time, I was automatically able to determine that, wait a minute, this is not right, because it's contrary to the scriptures and a lot of these books that he was going into, you know what I mean? And he was even warned of some of them.
Yeah, a lot of them are pseudo, man. A lot of them are conspiracy theory books. They're not really recognized in like academia. So you're never gonna really go above a certain level with these books, because it's
exactly. So and I the reason why I could say this because I was studying stuff though, like the Book of Revelation, and my mother used to have a lot of books and stuff like Salem Kerbin of Satan's Angel Exposed when I was young, and the Behold the Pale Horse when I was young.
Yeah.
So and my mother had these books or those type of books.
Yeah.
So when they thought I was back in my room playing G.I. Joe, I was reading those books. Mm-hmm. So I was pretty much exposed to a lot of quote unquote conspiracy theories, which is a lot of things that make you that will attract you to the gathering of Christ Church. And also they didn't use profanity. They wasn't out yelling at everybody all the time. So it made me pay attention to them. But immediately I was like, wait a minute. It was the doctrines that got me to look at them, like the flea doctrine. I was like, wait a minute, they're the only ones teaching that. And I didn't agree with that. All of this I expressed to you. And when you said that to me, that let me know. I was like, oh my God, man. I didn't think you were gonna say that. You know what I mean? I thought
you thought I was about to like, do like a powerful revelation lesson that is going to convince you of every doctrine. I get it. That's why I said never meet your heroes, because they're always going to disappoint you. I get it. But I'm glad that happened, because that's supposed to have happened exactly like that. So we could have this conversation today, because many people have experienced exactly what you and I have experienced. A guy who comes into church who's doubting, and is speaking to a guy who's doubting the same things, but in a different side of mind, in a different side of mind, the church
Yes.
is good people here. My wife and
Yeah.
kids go to this church. I built
Yeah.
so much, rapport. We're doing good
Yeah.
things. We are, and that's
Yeah.
all the time. And to avoid that, just keep it close to the scriptures. Churches.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
it. And you never have to go too far to you explain stuff.
Exactly. And
You know.
I commend you because I've watched since that time. I watched you over the years, and I already knew you were leaving, but I said he's doing some very great things there with the I Am apparel, and you were really dedicated and focused. And I also started. I'm a watchman, so I was watching you very closely, and I saw the decline because before I even met or talked to you, I had spoke to Ricard. You know what I mean? This is back in 2009. So it's 2008, 2009. And when I first got on the phone with him, that's just when I came into the knowledge, is like 2008. But it wasn't from, ISUBK. It was from Michael the Black Man, which was out of the school of Yahweh ben Yahweh. But I never followed them either. You know what I mean? I didn't follow anybody, but I was so excited to talk with Ricard, and he was, as soon as I got on the phone with him, he was in my history, looking to see what other people I was looking at to see and I just so happened was watching a video of a guy named Ashar. I don't know if you remember Ashar, that he was a part of. He probably got there a little bit before you did. And they had a little falling out with Ricard, and he was the one that basically let the world know his real name, and you know what I mean. And and Ricard saw that was in my history, and he started questioning me about that. And I was like, wait a minute, bro, I'm kind of really just kind of talking to you because I'm excited about knowing our history and background. And it just told me at that moment, I was like, oh man, what it told me was if you don't believe what he believes, he's not going to help you, or basically he was screening people, who might be a potential threat or a problem.
Yeah, well, when you have a doctrine that you can't prove, and there's no evidence for, it's going to develop some anxiety that you're going to always question, because he knows that he has no evidence Ahayah is the name. He has a guess, he has a clue, he has an idea, a thought, but those things are not based on reality. That's like when he goes to like real thought-provoking individuals and platforms like James White and these other guys. They're like, dude, so you're asserting that this is like, he's like, why are we even here? Why are we having this discussion? And then we get angry when people look down on us.
True.
They call us stupid and all that, and all that.
True. And that's another thing.
I'm done. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was like, I was like that. I was like, well, because I watched that debate very thoroughly, and it was a bunch of assertions, and the mere fact that out of all of these years and thousands of years, and you come to the conclusion over a 2 or 3 day fast with you and Elder Lawyer fasting, and now all of a sudden, God out of nowhere reveals this new name, which is already. And it's really not a name. You know what I mean? It's just basically saying
Ricard belongs in a straitjacket. We should have put him in we should have called.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, I'm not. We should have kidnapped them and put them in the island, get the best professional, and be like, okay, young man.
Can I bring up
my sentiments exactly?
Yeah.
Because if you watch my video, I sent the link there. If you watch my video, I said he has to be either the Most High has locked him in or somebody bound him. Like I remember Ramakai said, I'm gonna bound you in this behavior if you don't change. Or he's maybe lost his mind, because I said he must be crazy to call the Holy Spirit a female and change the name of God and call it the devil and change Jesus Christ's name or Yeshua's name to
Yeah,
Yeshaya?
there are people, right? There are people in the world that are dealing with some form of mental trauma or issue that society has not yet caught up to. Let me give you an example. There was a guy, it's a famous story. And this is kind of weird. He was running around, attacking women, raping women.
Yeah.
And it's a weird story because he was a porn star. Ron Germany, I think his name is.
Yeah.
And he got arrested because multiple women for many years were saying, yeah, this guy's a predator. But nobody believed them because they were porn stars. They're like, well, you do porn, so I don't get it. So that strange oddity kept him doing these raping. Eventually got caught up when he went to jail and he got sentenced for like all kinds of life. In jail, they realized he was diagnosed with some bipolar disorder that he always dealt with, but nobody identified with.
Yeah.
And
They did diagnose him.
They did diagnose it, but they were walking around and there were multiple. There are other cases that of people being a little strange, just different doctrines, different things, yada yada yada. And then later on, people find out, he was crazy. He was bipolar. He was schizophrenic. I'm telling you. Sometimes not everybody who is mentally ill is like talking to themselves in the middle of a street somewhere. They're working and they're going. It's called grand delusion, and it could get the best of you to the point it just gets worse and worse and worse to the point that now everybody is the devil. Everything is wicked. Don't touch anything. No, it's paranoia. I think it's that's what he's suffering with. No, the world has not yet recognized it, and that's the reason why we're confused. And what's wrong, what's going on with him, because he's not a bad guy. He's not an evil man. He's just confused. No. And I think we haven't caught up to his confusion. But somebody
can I respond to that real quick, Elder?
Yes.
It reminds me of this this Jewish guy named Shabbat Sitzvi. And he was one of these, he existed during the Ottoman Empire and he claimed to be the Messiah. And he was so influential that half of the world's Jewry came to this guy when he was locked up in like the Sultan because he had to convert to Islam, which he did. Yep. And they came to the conclusion that this guy had a bipolar disorder. And that's kind of the reason behind him being so influential and so crazy with his shenanigans. But also, Dennis, I think, wanted to say something too.
Yeah, Brother Dennis.
Sir. Yes, sir. It's one point I want to bring up, especially dealing with the claims of Ricard talking about how the name was hidden and things of that nature. One of the things is it all goes back to scripture. Now, if that were true, wouldn't you think it would be prophesied in scripture that the Most High will warn us that one day my name is going to be hidden, or even when it comes to Christ, one day my name is going to be hidden and they're going to hide my name
for 2,000 years.
For 2,000 years. Now that appears nowhere in the Bible based on prophecy. So my thing is, it's not even that would be something very important for the Most High to warn us about them hiding his name or hiding his son name. There is no record in scripture coming out of the Most High himself mouth, nor Christ's mouth, that says that one day my name is going to be hidden. In fact, contrary to that, when you read in Matthew 24, Christ said, many shall come in my name. He says, many shall come in my name. So he's not saying that many shall come with a false name or things of that nature. He says, many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Christ. So when you go through the process of elimination, once again, and you really think about it, and it just came to my mind, like, what name have many people been claiming and coming in, saying that I am, a certain name that they do claim. And also just even to pick it back on that, like, I came to the conclusion through research and stuff that, even the name Jesus, it has nothing to do with Zeus. It's
Nope.
you know, I've been having
Yeah,
and for people to teach that Jesus, that's you saying Zeus. It's wrong. You got to call out bull crap when it's bull crap. But
yeah,
throughout my research, it has no connection to Zeus
At all.
at all. And that is people, especially in the truth and leaders, actually go up and say that and tell that you're blatantly lying.
yeah, and it goes back to what I was saying. There's a lot of conspiracy, Alex Jones wannabe doctrine that has been circulating for a long time, like Jesus is Zeus and all that. That has been around since I've been a kid, but it never kind of goes away. It comes back, it goes away, it comes back, and kind of one of those things, and so forth, so on. And for once and for all, if we Hebrew Israelites value education and understand, okay, we're going to learn these things. We want to, you know what? I want to be the Hebrew Israelite Wes Huff. I want to be the Hebrew Israelite James White. I want to be or not them, but what I'm saying, the equivalent of that. Now we could have people in that realm understanding that science and that eschatology. And once you understand that, you will know that when the man is asking you for a source, you don't bring out the Illuminati too. You don't bring out, the two Babylons. You don't bring out, the Da Vinci Code.
Exactly.
Because you know the discipline.
I remember when James White asked him for his manuscript evidence, and he brought. I almost got. I gasped because he didn't just bring out the Illuminati too. You didn't do that. I couldn't believe he did that. But that you're right, Elder Gabar. I mean, Brother Gabar. You were right because if you had evidence to support that with your doctrine, then or really your assertion, you know what I mean, it was mere assertion. And I used to think that, well, maybe he's trying to he's caught up under the spirit of trying to create a exclusivity to exclude himself from and distance himself from ISUPK, distance himself from the Light and Body Church where he came from, and he had he had that debacle there where he got from underneath Ramakai. And I felt like he needed to establish a new system of doctrinal beliefs system to separate himself. And it makes it more exclusive. You know what I mean? So they can generate.
And it sounded exciting in the beginning, right? It sounds like
it did.
It does. But once you start scrutinizing it, and it falls apart very quickly, and then that's when hell begins. That's when when you are in a situation that you already fall in love with the doctrine and the people and the church, and then now you're stuck in a situation that you should never have been in. But maybe God is using all our experience to help the next generation. Because me personally, I believe, this is a prediction, this is not a prophecy, I could be wrong, the GOCC is going to be a former self, a former version of itself, a much smaller version within 3 or 4 or 5 years. I think people are going to start waking up that this guy is not well in the head. And he's only going to attract, very simple to people, but eventually it's going to go viral. The understanding like, this is the guy who made up his own name, and then that's always going to, because these days he's not defending that anymore, because he's not going to debates. He's not, you get what I'm saying? And I think the three highest debate was James White, Michael Hazard, and also what's the
Michael
other guy?
Mazio.
Yeah, and the other guy from California, or the Michael Peterson. David, whatever. But that, he's
I know his name.
Jesse. Yeah. Other than but he definitely he did well with Jesse, but Jesse's a low hanging fruit. He's easy. That's not. But when you start going
out there,
right? But like Ricard could do well with guys like Jesse, but he's not going to do well with high caliber scholarship like Peterson. I mean, like these other guys. And when
James White.
Right. And when we see these examples, these people mop the floor with him, making us and everybody else look stupid. You said, what's going on with these crazy Hebrew Israelites?
Hey, Elder, Dennis he put in the chat, he has one more point to make.
Yeah, go ahead, Brother Dennis.
Yeah, now this going back all the way to what's the guy name from ICU?
Bishop Nathaniel?
Yeah, right. And the doctrine about that only Israel is going to be in the kingdom and things of that nature. Well, one of the main points is, what is a kingdom without servitude?
Right.
What is a kingdom without service? Now, if Israel is not going to be in any servitude and our servitude is over, well, who's going to be serving us?
Right.
So what is a kingdom without servitude if the Gentiles is not going to be in the kingdom?
And what measure are we going to use in which Israelites are going to be safe or not?
Exactly.
Or going to be in the temple or in the kingdom versus outside the kingdom.
Right.
What should we not be encouraging Gentiles? Hey, Gentiles, if you want to be down with the kingdom, follow Christ, get baptized, keep his commandments. Right. I mean, this is not rocket science, folks, man. It's 2026. We got to get these people out of here already.
So I got I actually got a scripture to kind of like, just kind of put that doctrine, because like I said, I deal with scriptures, not with men saying things of that nature. The Bible interprets itself. And what's your name, brother? Ricky, right?
Myself,
the guy with
Gabar.
The guy with the braids. I wanted to actually go to a scripture.
His name is Daniel Alexander, and then
I'm sorry.
Daniel, and then I'll get you the scripture. What's your name?
At verse 8 on down.
All right, so we're in Amos, right? Let's find Amos, right? Amos chapter 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we're gonna start at the 8th verse and on down.
Okay.
I can read it, or anybody else want?
I can read it. Yeah, no problem. I can read it for you.
Yes, sir.
So, and it reads, "Behold, the eyes of the Most High are on the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from the face of the earth. Nevertheless, I will not totally destroy the house of Jacob, declares the Most High. For behold, I am commanding, for I will shake the house of Israel among all nations, as grain is shaken in a sheaf. But not a kernel will fall to the ground. All the sinners of my people will die by the sword, those who say the calamity will not overtake or confront us. In that day, I will raise up the fallen, both of David, and wall up its breaches. I will also raise up its ruins and rebuild it as in the days of old, that they may possess the remnant of Edom and all the nations who are called by my name, declares the Most High, who does this."
So you have other nations that are actually called by the Most High name that are going to be in the kingdom.
Yep.
Exactly. And it's been through all the scriptures that God is going to be using Israel to be his light. You will be my light into the Gentile. I will use you into the ends of the world to bring forth my salvation. And it's like we have to have a conversation. Right? We have to have a conversation, right, about why is this going on for so long? Because I like in the same way how you see how people are kind of walking away from the Ahayah conversation or name, because they testing it against the scriptures, they're testing it against archaeology, they're testing it about, and things of nature. People are like, nah, that's not it, right? That, like I said, that eventually GOCC is going to hit a cap, because the only people that are going to keep staying are the gullible, uneducated people. The educated, thoughtful are going to leave. So I could see how GOCC in the next 5 years could be wildered off into some crazy car that nobody, where cars going to talk, I got a new vision. We got to go to Ohio or Puerto Rico or, whatever, and let them, just let them go with this little, fan club, and life will move on, right? Why is that not happening with the racist Israelite? It looks like the racist Israelites, despite all the evidence that universal salvation has always been a thing in the Bible, What can we do to even stop that energy, right? Because it's like, it's not, so we should start challenging them on debates. Should we start, trolling them? Should we, it looks like they're surpassing even GOCC. Because I think GOCC, is going to become a formal self of a situation. We got to still address it, but I think Ricard's going to destroy himself. His antics, what have you. It's just people need to, kind of catch up to his craziness and realize, okay, this guy's insane. And but with this thing, it doesn't look like it's going away, and I wonder why. If anybody wants to add to that conversation,
can I add to that?
Yeah.
I think what we're doing right now, as far as me personally, I keep sending copies because I don't know if y'all are receiving them, one of my videos. My videos got, and I'm a very, very small channel, and the video I did on with Ricard and Maestro Mike, I did a reaction to that, and it got over 1,000.700 views. I was like, wow. So evidently people are beginning to become awakened. And mine was just a testimony, and it includes the testimony with you in it. And I think what we're doing right now has to be done because I resisted even doing that video for so long. And I've known about this, these different doctrines of GOCC since the time that I came to your house. And that was back in 2010. So what I resisted persisted, and it pulled me with the Maestro Mike situation, pulled me into doing it. So now it's like we're being compelled, and now just like you're being compelled to go back into time, into where you at once taught these things, and to now break them down to set more captives free and stop people that may traverse into that false doctrine. You may have delivered them with the truth by going back. So a little bit of trolling needs to happen. A little bit of debates need to go on, and we have to wrestle with them and reason with them. And at sometimes you may have to go to war with them, but in order to force the salvation of the people. Because I've resisted this. I was like, I don't want to talk about nobody else. I just want to follow the Most High on my own. But it kind of pulled me. It's like he kind of urged me like a fire shut up in my bones. Like we have to speak out about it. And I think, well, all of us on this live and panel right now share the same interests of expose and, and also challenging these false narratives or false doctrines to, not to defame the brother or anything like that. But if he's suffering from maladaptive daydreaming or bipolar or mental health or whatever compelling him to do this, then no, that needs to be exposed, but more so the doctrine. And you know what I mean? So we're kind of being pulled into this vortex of debate or disputation with this false doctrine. We can't allow it to continue to go on. That's my take.
I was joking around with a friend of mine about the subject matter. I said, listen, I could wake up from a drunk bench night hangover. I would debate Ricard, Lawyer, and Gaja back to back with one hand behind my back about Ahayah, and they would not be able to win that argument because you know why? When you have an idea that is made up in your head and it doesn't exist outside of your head, it's gonna be pretty hard for you to win any debate. So I could come in a drunk bench, and I made that. I would debate any GOCC member that would dare to throw himself out the window and say, hey, I think I got this evidence to prove Ahayah is God's name. Let's have that conversation. You want to put money? I'll put $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. I'll put up the money. You don't have to put up the money. I'm that confident because it only exists in Ricard's head. And hopefully the debate will eventually realize, yo, Gabar is right. Ricard doesn't have no evidence. It's all huh? How this happen? It's a brainwash. It's a thing.
And I think
I truly believe. I truly believe Ricard's dealing with some mental
You
illness.
would win.
Yeah, he's dealing with a
Yes.
mental illness that people are not catching up
Yes.
to. That they don't know what they're looking at, and they think because this guy really believes this nonsense, he must know something that we don't know. So because we don't know anything, we follow and we know a little more. We can find out a little more and be like, wait a minute. Before you know it, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But it takes us years to figure out because he's hiding behind subject matters that a lot of Americans don't know about. These are arguments, scholarly arguments they've been having for years back and forth and things of that nature. And everybody has an opinion. So some crazy dude will come right in the middle and be like, yo, I got the name, Baba. Most High revealed it to me. And we're crazy enough, the Christians, because we're all a little crazy. Let's all admit that. Right? We could be accessible to accept some crazy doctrine. Maybe this dude is right. So we have to just, I'm glad this happened. That's why I always want to go back and say, you know what? I kind of appreciate that Gaja did what he did. Because he would have, if Gaja would not have done what he did, I still probably would have been in love with Ricard, still in that church, maybe complaining about something else, but not the name. Right? Think about it.
One of the comments, one of the people wanted to know your YouTube channel. Guess who?
Oh yeah, brother, give us your YouTube channel where people can find you.
Who? Which one of us?
The brother, I think who
He left already?
Well, if anybody has if anybody has a YouTube channel, you could scream it out and so forth, so on.
Okay, mine is Young Prodigy 7. I wanted to take off the young, but it's an old channel, so but YUNGPRODIGY number 7 and stuff. And also Elder Gabar, I don't know if you remember this, but years ago, it probably was over a decade ago. I don't know if you remember, you may, but I remember there were 2 Italian guys, they were brothers. They was trying to set you up on a call and things of that nature. Do you remember that?
2 Italian brothers. There was like a conference call, or was it?
They set you up with a call, and they literally was live streaming, trying to set you up. And the whole time you was actually delivering them scriptures, trying to get them understanding and very edifying
I remember. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I was the guy that actually warned y'all because I was watching a live setup, and I was able to warn y'all about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was able to get that information out.
GOCC do attract a lot of crazies, though. That's I noticed that. It's just the way, because of the subject matter that Ricard's talking about, right? Fallen angels, Ahayah is a real name that I can't prove. It's going to attract oddballs already, or people that are already thinking outside the box anyway, right?
Right.
So yeah, I always notice that. I mean, dude, I have had conversation with people like, "Hey, Shalom, Elder Gabar, I'm Angel Gabriel." I'm telling you,
that's crazy.
There is, and I don't think it's unique to GOCC. I think it's probably more prevalent with GOCC, but I think in Christendom, and Bible believers, there's people that are out there delusional that can survive and do and sneak, between the raindrops of suspicion, because we are good people, try to do the right thing, and we talk about things. And when it's talking about, I think God is talking to me, that doesn't sound as weird to us as somebody else, because it's part of our culture.
Right.
So we have to. So a crazy person could live right next to us and be like, "Hey, that's brother so and so," be in the choir and everything. He'd be crazy as local as he wants to be, but he's a functional crazy person. There's a lot of people like that in churches.
Right.
Elder Gabar, you got a question here. It says, Elder Gabar, Brother Daniel, can you provide an email where you can be reached? Would you like to get in? I think he meant to say, I would like to get in touch with you. You baptized me in 2018 and had some questions to ask you. Thank you.
Yeah. So in the bottom of the description, you have the IAMFIT Podcast email and the Man Going God's Way email. Send me either or. And we could catch up and so forth, so on. And yeah, we could chop it up. Any last words before we end this conversation? I think we cover a lot today. I think
I just wanted to say, like, when it comes to leadership, it requires a lot, especially one of the main things when it comes to a righteous leader is that you can never be too humble in this world. And I see a lot of people who have built themselves up as leaders and they lose that humility. They may have started off with it, but it is lost because they are caught up in pride.
Yeah.
Arrogance cannot be corrected. And the things, when it comes to a righteous leader wants to be held accountable.
Yeah.
They want They want to be held accountable by their brothers because that is love. It should never get to the point to where you can never be corrected.
Yeah.
You can never, throughout the time, you have never apologized or said you was wrong and things of that nature. So I think humility goes above even wisdom itself, because we look at King Solomon. King Solomon had all the wisdom in the world, and he still fell off because he lacked humility. Humility is one of the most powerful things, and the opposite of humility is a spirit of pride, which is the same spirit that got Satan kicked out of heaven.
Yeah.
So I think these leaders should really pay attention and uphold the spirit of humility, because the Most High loves a contrite heart. He loves a humble heart. That's the reason why Moses was chosen amongst all the brothers on earth, because the Most High saw him to be the meekest man during his time to be a leader. So I think we should hold on to the spirit of humility, and I yield with that.
Well, amen.
Hey, guess who wanted to say one more thing, Elder? That was all right.
Yep. Go ahead, brother. Guess who?
All right. Yeah, brother. I just wanted to my final words on it. I just thank you and admonish you to keep doing what you're doing, and keep going and exposing these things and making these things aware to our people and to us as well. And you have allies such as myself, and there are already other people that are coming out, because you're right. A lot of what I did notice, there were a lot of crazy oddball people that was attracted to that type of doctrine. You know what I mean? I remember this lady used to call up, her name was Sunshine. I was like, wow. I like to be like, it seems like it was a lot of people that had like mental disabilities and things of that nature that they were being preyed upon. You know what I mean? Because they don't have the rearing or the informational background that an individual like such as yourself have. You know what I mean? And that's why I would encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. And thank you, brother, for welcoming me into your home years ago. And thank you for being the stand-up man that you are. And I just think that at first I noticed, I was like, I don't think Gabar want to even talk about GOCC. He just want to keep it moving. But I see that you're being pulled just like I was being pulled, you know what I mean, to address these things. I did send you my video. I want you to check it out. Let me see if I can send it right now. It's in the regular chat. It's under Greg West or whatever. Let me send it again. Make sure. I just want you to check it out. And keep doing what you're doing, brother. I thank you. Love you, brother. And you ever since then, I always said, man, Gabar is a real one, man. He's the realest. You know what I mean? And I'll land with that, man. Blessings to you, brother, and keep doing what you're doing, man. Going God's way, man.
Well, amen. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, brother. And let me say this: people could, take chop up my videos and do comments and shows about it. I give you guys permission, as long as you get my name right and my comment right. Whatever I said, whether you agree or disagree, make sure you quote me right. But you could use my videos if you like to create content. I know sometimes using content is helpful to start up a conversation. Well, brothers, any last words before we end the show? There's nothing else. Let's say peace and blessings. I gotta, I keep telling Brother Daniel, make sure correct me every time I say shalom, because shalom does not exist. So I want to say shalom. Shalom, everyone. And remember, shalom, everybody. And remember, Christ is King. And listen, keep your head in your shoulders. And when it's all said and done, remember, just follow the scriptures. What's in the Bible. Just do that. Peace and blessings.